Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our last day, our final day of our under 17 and under 15 track national championships. We're straight into it. This is our women's under 17 teams pursuit qualifying. Our first team up into the start gate is one of our composite teams. Anika Astridge, Maya Torres-Schmidt, Evelyn Power and Ellie Waldark. Over 3,000 metres. So we've got 5 teams in all in our women's under 17 teams pursuit qualifying start list. This is our composite team. The reason we have that is because ACT and Tasmania can't field a full team. So they get the opportunity to get out there, set a time, show the coaches around Australia how well they go. But we do have 4 state teams, which is wonderful news for this championships. South Australia, Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland. The fastest 2 will ride in the gold final, 3rd and 4th will go to the bronze medal of our state teams. So fantastic that we've got a full field predominantly to race for the medals here in our under 17 women's category. We also have 6 teams in our under 17 teams pursuit for the men. New South Wales B, Victoria B, then we've got the ACT, Western Australia, New South Wales A and South Australia. And then after that we have an absolute day of it. Absolute day of Keirin racing here. Keirin racing all day long and then teams pursuit finals to finish this off. It's going to be an earlier finish today. And that's when everyone will suddenly put their bike down, pick up the tools, pack it and get on a plane and fly home. It's been a fantastic 9 days up here at the Meares Velodrome with our elites, under 19s, our paras. And we've finished off beautifully. Before we move into a lovely break over the Easter weekend. Who's looking forward to that? Everyone's looking forward to that. Composite team moving nicely together. We'll come round this time with 1 lap to go. Moving nicely, our composite team. Going to finish off now 3:57.67 for our first team out on track, 3,000 metres. now move on to heat number 2. This is the first of our state teams. We'll welcome the team of South Australia. Lucy Harrison, Isabella Blackwell, Sophia Moffat and Monica Siebert. They took the bronze medal last night in the team sprint. So look forward to a big ride here from the South Australian team. South Australia away nicely here. Lucy Harrison getting them underway. So the South Australian team just tracking a little bit quicker than our composite team. You wouldn't be surprised about that. The composite team just coming together this morning for a ride together. So South Australia go through 1:21.87 for the first 1,000 metres. As I said, this team, well, 3 of them got themselves up for the bronze medal in the team sprint, so they're going to be there and thereabouts for a chance to make a medal here in the team's pursuit as well. A big hello and welcome to everyone who's been joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel. We've got a full day of racing here, teams pursuing, but predominantly this is going to start to look like a how-to guide of how to ride a Keirin race, because we have Keirins all day today and then the teams pursuit finals. So looking forward to the racing down. Lucy Harrison has just dropped off from the group here. They'll come through this time with 5 laps to go, working nicely. Blackwell, Siebert and Moffat. Great to see the numbers that we've got in both of all of our divisions here. The women's division, 15s and 17s, great numbers. And of course, in the boys' divisions, 15s and 17s, we've had qualifying scratch races and points races, because we've got more riders than we can put on the track at one time. And head down the back straight, really starting to turn the pressure on now. 3 laps to go when they come in. So Moffat just got the angle wrong a little bit, coming back onto the wheel, and it gets into the legs very quickly. She's fighting on nicely, hasn't lost any further distance. Teammates haven't really slowed. They can't at this stage. They've just got to hope that Sophie can absolutely drive all the way through. Just being encouraged by the coaches here. Drop into the gap straight away. That's it. Give a chance for your third rider to try and come back to you. They'll come into the home straight this time. 1 lap to go. 1 more lap of suffering. Looking for the top time if they can get it. Still the quickest time of everyone at the moment as they head around. The first 2 riders are well clear of Sophia here. The time will be taken on Moffat as she comes into the home straight. Under 17 national championships. They'll go across. Just going to finish outside the time of the composite team. But they still will ride for the medal rounds here today, the South Australian team. And you will find they go faster in their next ride because they've got the first ride out the way. They're used to it. They've got more of an understanding straight away. I look forward to seeing them improve on their time in the next ride. Team of Victoria away now. Juliet McDonald, Isla Shaw, Gabriela Roja Rodriguez and Nicola Morris are our team underway. Quickest time 3:57.67. Then we've got South Australia 3:57.85. Only the state teams will ride for the medals though. So South Australia, the first team, with the set time of 3:57.85. Victoria coming through now with 6 laps left to go of this journey. A halfway point. Just tracking a little bit behind the time of South Australia at the moment. It goes to show good ride that South Australia did. All 4 riders working nicely together though. Big thank you once again to our volunteer camera army. All these pictures that we bring to you during the AusCycling Championships. The cameras are being manned by the mums and dads of riders who are racing. This has been going on for some years now up here in Queensland without them stepping up and filming their kids racing. We'd never get to see the vision. So everyone who's on the AusCycling YouTube channel watching all around Australia, I know you appreciate it because we had so many people watching last night's racing. That way granddads and grandmothers can watch, cousins can watch, friends, family, brothers, sisters can just watch the racing on their device where they normally may not. It's a fantastic opportunity to be able to bring the sport of track cycling to anybody, anywhere in the world. Just been asked for a little bit more. The quickest time now for the Victorian team. head down the back straight with a lap and a half to go, moving well. We'll come round this time to receive the bell lap. We have a look at the time. Got themselves moving here nicely. They're inside the time of the composite team of ACT Tasmania and also South Australia. So can they get themselves up into the top 2 times here and ride for the gold and silver medal here? They're going to come through, stop the clock, 3:52.04 for Victoria. We welcome our next team out onto the track now in heat number 4. We welcome the team of New South Wales, represented by Jana Gallagher, Erin Prince, Juno Smith and Zoe May. Juno Smith leading them away down the back straight, silver medalist in the individual pursuit yesterday. Was up on the podium in the points race as well. So she's had a fantastic week of racing. Now can the New South Wales get themselves up into the gold medal ride-off? It's a very good team, this one. Can they fight for a national champions jersey this week as a team? They took the silver medal in the team sprint last night, and it was a very, very good effort. They went up against the West Australian team, the defending champions, and they led at the end of the second lap. So it was a seesawing battle, which we don't tend to see in team sprinting, especially in the younger the divisions. So they really took them on well in the final. They improved throughout the day. Big well done to all the coaching staff and the helpers with the New South Wales team. Great bunch. Big thank you to all of our helpers and volunteers and so forth. And the track centre looking after all the riders this week. And a big thank you. It's going to be a day of thank yous today because there's so many volunteers behind the scenes making sure these championships occur. A number of the volunteers that you'll see walking around the track are parents of riders who are racing, and they're interstate parents as well, who are here volunteering, doing things like starting gates and so forth, emptying the bins, making sure everyone's happy. And of course our commissaires. Ooh, that was a bit close for Juno as they went down the back straight. And our commissaires doing a fantastic job. They've been up here for the whole 9 days, taking care of the under-19s, the elites and the para racing. A little bit of pressure on the back straight here. Jana Gallagher, I think, is just losing the wheel there in second wheel, so a very big turn being done. I think it was Zoe May. Very fast in her turn then. Erin Prince leads down the back straight. Zoe May is going to come through. She had a very strong turn last time. So Let's see if you control this one a little bit better. Usually what you want from your strong rider is you want them to just go a little bit slower, but you want them to stay there a bit longer. Zoe May just putting a little bit of pressure on here. Jenna Gallagher in second wheel. Just doing the 1 lap turn though. They'll come through with 2 laps to go. They're moving beautifully. Sitting comfortably inside the time of Victoria at the moment. Sort of high 48s, low 50. Inside 50 is what they're looking at here, quite comfortably I'd say. They'll come up to get 1 lap to go. About a 48, 47, 48 time is what they're looking at here as they head down the back straight. Juno Smith leads from Erin Prince, then Zoe May and Jenna Gallagher. Just dropping off a little bit. The time will be taken on the third rider. They've gone quite nicely over this last part. Quicker than I said, 3:46.62 for New South Wales. They will ride for a gold or silver medal later here today. Hello, how are you going? We move on to the Queensland cycling team out onto the track now, represented by Adele Dixon, Hannah Walters, Elise Vaughan and Sienna Goulding. Big fast start here from Queensland. Gonna have to get themselves together. Starting very quickly indeed. It's a very, very fast start for Queensland. Try and settle themselves in, start to ride the tempo they can handle here as they'll come through this time. Second quickest for the moment, and that's where they need to be to make sure they make the gold medal ride off. They've got to get themselves inside the time of 3:52.06. That's all they have to do. That'll get them into the gold medal ride. Don't have to worry about whether it's a home straight or a back straight. Really doesn't matter on the indoor board track. Just want to get yourself into the final in the best possible shape you can be, and then race for the medal. Five laps to go for the Queensland team as they go through. working well together. Just the 3 riders left. We'll see how they look with 4 laps to go this time as they come up with 1,000 metres to go. A good understanding of the time here. Inside that 3:52 pace, I'd say they're a couple of seconds inside that 3:52 pace. They're about 4 seconds away from the fastest time of the day as they head down the back straight this time. 2.5 to go for them. We'll come to the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Still moving nicely. Have a look at the time there. Around about the 50 marker at the moment, 3:50. Which would get them inside the time of Victoria, but they've got to finish it off. We'll come up and receive 1 lap to go here, Queensland. And have a look at the top of the scoreboard. They should be in comfortably, possibly around the 49-50 mark here. Pace going up in the back straight. Time will be taken on the 3rd rider. Lead rider going to leave it all out on the track here. It's going to drag the rest through that little bit quicker as they'll come up and they'll stop the clock. 3:49.68. They go number 2. That puts them into the final. They'll ride New South Wales in the final, who have qualified in 3:46.74. Queensland have qualified in 3:49.68. And we have Victoria, 3:52.06. The composite team was 3:57.67. South Australia, 3:57.85. The state teams will ride for the medals. Straight on to our under-17 teams pursuit qualifying now. We welcome our first team up into the starting gate. Heat number 1. This is the team from New South Wales. This is New South Wales B. And it's Hugo Alcott, Harvey Challoner, Cooper Farr and Will Sheringham. New South Wales boys moving nicely here. They head down the back straight. Great history, Australia, with teams pursuing throughout the years. So as a track endurance cyclist, this is one of the things that you really want to become very good at. You want to be racing as an individual as well, yes, but you want to be making the teams pursuit squads, because this is a real big way forward in the sport of cycling. So many teams pursuit riders have got themselves forward into professional contracts due to being in the teams pursuit teams.
Boys!
New South Wales boys looking really slick here, looking good as they come in now with 3 laps to go. All 4 riders still together. Nobody looks like they're suffering at all. Coach Morgan Ho from New South Wales looking after them here in the home straight. They'll come through this time with 2 laps to go, moving nicely. Always one of the toughest tasks. I've said it a few times this week. Forgive me for boring you, but this is the toughest job in cycling, being the first ones out on track to set the time in a qualifying ride. Everyone else gets to see the time. They get an idea of how the track is and so forth. And going in blind in the first one like this. They'll come into the home straight to finish off. This is nice riding here from New South Wales B team. 3:32.822 for the under-17s. We move on now to the Victorian B team. Just getting themselves up onto the track. Jasper Griffiths, Ewan Brown, Lachlan Ermert and Joseph Natoli. So Victoria getting themselves underway. And we've got a message from Chicago, watching the AusCycling YouTube channel, watching all the racing. So hello to everyone watching us in Chicago. First of Victorian teams out on track. They're going to be cheering for Leroy Bartlett as the day goes on. So the Victorian team up on track. So the AusCycling YouTube channel being used all around the world, as we know it is. So welcome. I hope you've enjoyed the racing. Hope you're going to enjoy the racing today. If you like Keirin racing, you're going to love today. That is for sure. We go through the first 1,000 metres. 1:14.661, moving nicely. Quickest out on track just for the moment. Of course, we've got 6 teams in all. Now we've got 8 teams in all. It's amazing what happens as a commentator if you actually turn the page and see page number 2 in what you've been handed. 8 teams in all to qualify here. This is the second team. This is the Victoria B team. That's why it's the B team, because they've got an A team who are going to come out and qualify as well. They'll come through this time with 5 laps to go. Moving nicely, well drilled at this team. It's always very good news when a state can put out more than one team. It just puts a little bit of pressure on making the top team, making that top 4. This is always somebody who's the 5th rider who misses out. and so forth, and so it goes. So it really brings the best out of the top 4 riders. It gets a little bit more out of the next 4, trying to get themselves up into that top team. They'll come through this time with 3 laps to go, setting the quickest time at the moment. Very close to the wheel, these guys. Just that inch or so off it. And when you are in that sort of position, for anyone who's ridden a team's pursuit in the last 20 years, who's watching our telecast, you'll know that you really don't see the wheel in front of you when you're sitting on the bars. You have a good idea of where it is, but you're not actually staring at the tyre. You have an awareness of it. So you really trusting your teammate, you're sitting down the back straight, following on very quickly, and you're not hoping, you're just knowing that you're going to be away from it when it swings up in front of you. They'll come through this time, Victoria. Stop the clock, 3:31.245. Quickest time of the day so far, just inside the time of New South Wales B. Great racing. Team number 3 coming out onto the track. This is the team from the Australian Capital Territory. We welcome Sean Bates, Will Astridge, Jackson McDonald and Asher Olsen. Moving nicely through the first 500 metres here, the ACT team. Secret is get out through this first kilometre in the best possible shape you can and spend the next 8 laps trying to execute the perfect performance here with these riders. Nicely back onto the wheel there, Jackson McDonald as he heads down the back straight. This is a tough program for these riders. They started racing on Saturday as they go down to 3 riders at this time. They started racing on Saturday and now they're finishing off with, quite simply, one of the toughest events you'll ever do in track cycling, the team's pursuit. Going at speeds that you'd normally time trial at, having to concentrate on your teammate's wheel in front of you, having to concentrate on not letting your teammates down. And this is on the 5th day of competition. Well, at least it'll wake them up for the Keirin. They'll be ready to go. They'll come through this time with 6 laps to go. Jackson McDonald doing a good turn of pace. They're a little bit off the pace of the other 2 teams so far, but both Victoria B and New South Wales B were very slick teams, moving very nicely. Be interesting to see how the A teams go in those 2 sides. 3rd quickest team at the moment, They head down the back straight. Four laps now. They go through 2:26. They're sitting around about a 36, 38 pace, depending on how they finish this off here. Still moving nicely though, executing a nice ride. So coming to the home straight, 3 laps to go. Just wanting a little bit more, coach wanting a little bit more here. Pace goes up as Jackson McDonald starts to turn the screw. Going to chase him all the way to the finish now. If you've ever been in that position of second and third wheel, adrift of the wheel, chasing absolutely flat out, you won't find many tougher situations to be in cycling. This is good racing from all three here, fighting all the way to the line. Great effort. Well done. They go through 3:37.720. Welcome our next team up onto the track. This is the team of Western Australia. The starting gate, we have Liam Shah, Matteo Boudier, Joe Hewlett and Harry Morrison. Very impressed with the WA kids. I'm from Western Australia myself, as most of you may know. We had the World Track Cup, UCI World Cup, just recently in Western Australia, which was absolutely magnificent. We had packed grandstands on the Saturday and Sunday sessions. But the little behind the scenes things that you don't get told about these things is that meant our riders couldn't train on the track for about a week. And then after the World Cup had finished, they got to use it about 4 or 5 times, and then the track got shut for maintenance just before the start of the Elite Championships that we held here last week. So our junior team was stuck in WA with no track to ride on, because before everyone says, why wouldn't you just go and use one of the outdoor tracks? We don't have an outdoor track in Western Australia. We've got one indoor track. That's all there is. So the juniors have turned up here. No track training for about best part of a week to 10 days before they came away. So I've been very, very impressed with these juniors, the way they've conducted themselves and gone about the process. They were doing standing starts on their track bikes out on the open road, some of them, just to get themselves ready. So they wouldn't have had a super amount of teams pursuit training together over the last fortnight before coming away. So I look forward to seeing them try and execute the best performance they can here. Not making excuses, just pointing out the facts with some of these riders. And of course, we've got a lot of riders on the East Coast and so forth who don't live in the bigger cities. They're country, they're rural, so they utilise the roadways as well, the quiet country roads, to be able to do standing starts to get themselves ready for different events. If there's a will, there is a way. There's Western Australia. We're travelling quite nicely at the moment. Quickest time so far, Liam Shah up out the way. He's done his role. We've got the 3 riders left, which is Hewlett, Boudier and Morrison. They'll come to the home straight with 1,000 metres left to go. Quickest time so far, moving nicely. Matteo Boudier on the front, and he's got Joe Hewlett and Harry Morrison following him as they come up into the home straight this time. And great support from our WA parents who have travelled over to support the kids as well, and of all of our coaching and management staff. Joe Hewlett on the front. Just wish Joe would ride a bike that stood out a little bit more. He travels through, swings up, comes back down onto the wheel. We'll come up to 1 lap to go. Morrison on the front, just needs to dive for the line now, bring his team home. Moving nicely as they head into the back straight. All 3 riders still there. Boudier just a little bit up underneath the wheel. Started a bit early for the run home. They'll come into the home straight this time. Western Australia are going to come up. Top time so far, 3:28.002 for WA. That leaves us at the halfway point in this under-17 Teams Pursuit qualifying. We now move on to the next of our teams, and this will be the New South Wales A team. We've got Lucas Stribic, Jet Stokes, Josh Moore and Jacob McLaughlin will be the team from New South Wales. So some of our teams here today diving down into the under 15 ranks, bringing riders up to make their top teams. Let's see how they go. New South Wales moving nicely together as they come through now with 3 laps completed. Just tracking second fastest time at the moment, and you don't have to worry too much about things over this first 1,000 metres, 5 laps, 6 laps even. You want to get out, get moving, get rolling nicely, be there and thereabouts, and then lift towards the finish. 1:12.39 for the first 1,000 metres here for New South Wales. Right up on pace. Halfway point now for New South Wales. Just tracking a little bit slower, but marginally slower than the West Australian team. Still riding nicely with 4 riders. Get the feeling that they will lift over the last 5. Will come through this time. There you go. Top time now from New South Wales. beautifully controlled over that first 6 laps. This is where they'll start to lift, start to really come home on this ride. They'll come through with 1,000 metres to go. 2:18. Moving nicely here, New South Wales. They'll come to the home straight. They'll stop the clock. 3:24.234 for New South Wales. They'll go top of the leaderboard for now. We now welcome next team up onto the track, South Australia. Elliot Barrett, Thomas Brinkley, Seth Harrison and Luca Schmidtke. South Australian riders underway. Top time at the moment is 3:24.249. Incidentally, the national record for those playing at home, the national record for the under-17 riders has not been beaten since 2014. 2014 the national record was set. You want to know the time? National record time, 3:16.180. That's the national record in this discipline. To give you an idea of the riders in it, you might make out a few names. Max Lena, Henry Dietz, one Blake Agnoletto, and one Patrick Eddy. That's the national record in the under-17 teens pursuit. Of course, Patrick Eddy is our current national road champion. Won that in Perth. So good to see some of the big names of the sport starting out and doing their time in the junior ranks, racing forward. South Australia, some pressure on here for one or two riders. New South Wales A, top time 3:24, Western Australia 3:28, Victoria B 3:31, New South Wales B 3:32. They're the times so far. Well, the riders maybe not aware that there was only two left to swing back down on. He's comfortable up onto the wheel now though. They start to head through with 5 laps to go. 1,000 metres, 2:18. The South Australian team, and right there, top time so far, and right up there, matching the New South Wales time. So I think this three just, one rider who is doing his absolute best, hanging on, making sure they can stay there. There's a little bit of a seesawing battle with this team. They're doing a fantastic job of fighting for it though. They'll come into the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. South Australia, can they get themselves up into that number 1 spot again? They're trailing in the second quickest time just at the moment. They're hanging on nicely though. Lap and a half to go here for South Australia. They'll come into the home straight this time, receive the bell lap. South Australia coming into the home straight this time, going to get them inside the time of Western Australia, 3:27.634. They'll go number 2, just inside the time of Western Australia, who were 3:28.104. New South Wales still lead the way. Move on to heat number 7 now. Welcome the team of Queensland. Oliver Jordan, Riley Dixon, Harrison Dowling and Bryn McDonnell. Good team this one. Queensland on the start line. Queensland away, second to last team to go to the start line. Queensland riders have done brilliantly this week in the sprints and the endurance events. Superb racing last night. Riley Dixon in the points race. How close was that? 3 riders on 8 points. Oscar Winchester winning the sprint championship, riding 11.1 seconds, 11.1 as an under 17. The national record was 10.7. That was done by Daniel Barber many moons ago. And Daniel Barber doesn't go too bad still, does he? Up in the Australian squad and still competing at the absolute highest level and potential for Commonwealth Games and World Championships selection. At 11.1, we had 3 riders, 11.1, 11.2 by Ruben Shepherd, 11.3 by Toby Zoe. So certainly very, very fast bike riders. Superb talent and the Pathways program of AusCycling. Pathways program running all around Australia and bring these riders forward, bring the coaches forward, developing coaches, developing riders all over the country. I get to talk about it firsthand because I'm lucky enough to work for AusCycling. So if I sound biased, it's pure and simply because I work there and I'm the state manager in WA. So I see firsthand the work being put in by our Pathways coaches and development teams, doing wonderful work, developing the coaches, and the coaches doing wonderful work, bringing new programs, new ideas forward into the AusCycling way of life. But I must say, one thing I do love about coming away to these championships is seeing some of the same faces that have been in the sport decade after decade, and some of the team management that has been looking after riders, well, since the 90s all the way through, still looking after junior teams and so forth. I'm not going to be so bold as to name them and embarrass them, but I can guarantee you there is a fantastic mix of experience and new talent coming forward in our coaching ranks, helping our junior ranks and our elite ranks all the way through in the sport of cycling. Bryn McDonald on the front as he heads down the back straight, setting a good tempo, very, very fast cyclist. Seems to be able to do it all. He'll come through, 3 laps to go. Tracking with the fastest time at the moment, the Queenslanders. One lap to go for Queensland. Moving very quickly indeed here. Looking possibly around a short 22 here for Queensland as they start to come into the home straight. They have not slowed down at all. 21, 22, 22.973. Our final team is coming out onto the line now. We welcome the team of Victoria. This is George Mulhern, Jack Panozzo, Omer Kamitsi. Victoria underway now. Quickest time 3:22.987. That's Queensland. Then New South Wales 3:24. South Australia 3:27. Western Australia are sitting in the hot seat 3:28. Victoria not the quickest time at the moment. We'll see how they ride into this event though. 5 to go this time for Victoria. Now clocking in the second quickest time of the day. They head down the back straight. They're getting cheered on from Chicago here today, according to our AusCycling YouTube comments. Welcome. Victoria are going to come through with 4 laps to go here in qualifying. Second quickest time at the moment, so they're inside the time of New South Wales by about a second. So they're going to have to move over this last 1,000 metres, just outside the time of Queensland for now. They don't have to worry too much about that at the moment. They just wanted to get themselves into the gold medal ride-off. And they're going about it the right way, but it's very close between themselves and New South Wales. They're sitting on about a 23 pace at the moment. They'll come into the home straight with 2 laps to go. They need to be strong over this last 2 laps, Victoria. Pressure's on. They're just dropping away into the third quickest time here. They'll come up with 1 lap to go now, Victoria. Got to lift, got to sprint home here. Third quickest at the moment. Now they're sort of dropping off to around the 24, 25 pace. And so they're inside the time of South Australia. They're going to still finish in front of Western Australia. They're going to ride for a medal, Victoria, but which colour is it going to be as they come up and finish off? They got themselves back, 3:24.184. Just inside the time of New South Wales. New South Wales were 3:24.24, 0.6 of a second. Get themselves up into the assured medal, gold medal ride against Queensland later today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we start now. Our first round, under 15 Keirins for the women. The top 2 will go round into round number 2, and the others will come back through the repechage. We welcome our riders up onto the track. From New South Wales, Zola Peterson. From Queensland, 34, Georgia Dowling. From 36 is Bo Morfitt from Queensland. Mackenzie Stevens from South Australia. 42 is Paravi Tanksel from Victoria. Number 45 is Amelia Jurivkova from Victoria. And from Western Australia we have Caitlin Death. Move away in heat number 1 of our under 15 women's Keirin racing. First 2 will go through to round 2. Everybody else will get a chance to come back through the repechages. We've got Emilia Jurevkova up on the motorbike. On her wheel, we have Caitlin Death from Western Australia. Bo Morfitt follows them. Then we have Georgia Dowling, the New South Wales rider, on the back of the group, Zola Peterson. Motorbike comes out this time. 3 to go. Jurevkova. She will be the rider to stay very near to. And you can see them starting to buy tickets for her back wheel as they head down the back straight. Good riding from Bo Morfitt there. Just muscles her way in. Caitlin Death getting out of position, unfortunately, as she comes into the home straight. Jurevkova leads the way. Tanksali up round the outside. Now the Victorian Bo Morfitt as they head down the back straight in good position. Tanksali trying to get herself round Emilia Jurevkova. Strong from the front. Morfitt trying to force her way through. Good riding here as they come into the home straight. Jurevkova and Morfitt as they head down the back straight. Dowling trying to get herself there. The South Australian moving beautifully up round the outside. Mackenzie Stevens. The first 2 go through to the next round. Jurevkova just going to get tailed up in the home straight by Bo Morfitt. Good sprinting there. The first 2 comfortable through. And everyone else was racing for the place. We'll see everybody else go into the repechages and see them fight again. Welcome our next heat up onto the track now. This is heat number 2, women's under 15 Keirin. From New South Wales we have Grace Alcock. From Queensland we have Adele Dixon, number 33, Hannah DiGiorio. From Queensland, number 35, Lucy Harrison from South Australia, number 38. Rory Stretton from Tasmania, number 43. From Victoria is Natalie Dixon, and number 46. Also from Victoria is Juliet McDonald. Me too. We go through with 5 to go now. You'll notice the motorbike not quite as quick in the junior racing as what it is in the under 19 and elite racing. They'll come in this time with 4 laps to go. Hannah DiGiorio is the rider up on the motorbike as they head down the back straight. Zola. Grace Alcock in second wheel. Then we've got the Tasmanian rider in Rory Stretton. The motorbike will pull out the way this time. One or two riders not wishing to lead it out early this one. Bit of a tactic, possibly the better tactic, just to stay in the position near the front, ride at a pace you're comfortable with, and let them come to you rather than get out their way, because it's so hard to move forward. Spanned out across the track as they head down the back straight, and they'll come up to get a lap and a half to go. The louder the crowd gets, the more nervous the riders become, and they'll start moving early as they'll start to come into the home straight this time. And it's 1-2 Queensland as they go through. Adele Dixon, Hannah DiGiorgio, and Grace Alcock really moving nicely down the back straight. Lucy Harrison trying to go with her. Queensland hanging on though as they come into the home straight. It's going to be Queensland at 1-2 as they go across the line. They'll go through to the next round. Everyone else will join us in a repechage. Move on to heat number 3 of our under 15 women's Keirin. From the ACT, we welcome Anika Astridge. From New South Wales, Freya Ingwersen. Number 32 is Winter Bradshaw from Queensland. 37, also from Queensland, is Matilda Kemps. O'Hara Radican from South Australia. Aisha Crofts from Victoria. And then 47, Delilah Mertens, also from Victoria. And from New Caledonia, Anouk Herzl. Motorbike on its way. 8 riders in this one. We're going to squeeze them in wherever we can today. So many riders to qualify. Matilda Kemps has drawn the front spot. Everyone just trying to sort themselves out into their position here as they go down the back straight. They get it done now. Head down the back straight now. We'll come to the home straight. The motorbike will leave the track. Kemp's on the front. We've got Ingwersen in second wheel as they go through. And then Anika Astridge. Matilda Kemps leads down the back straight. Been impressed with how she sprints. Got a very definite second kick to her. Something sprinters talk about for many, many years. The rider that can go again inside the last 200. They disguise it very well though. Kemps leading. Mertens up round her outside. So the way Kemps is just riding at a tempo that they can't actually get round. Just when you think she's gone and going to get swamped, she accelerates again They'll come in with 1 lap to go. How's the legs today on Kemp's? Astridge up round the outside. Kemp's still trying to get there. Bradshaw, I think it is, just in the slipstream of Astridge as they hold down the back straight. But Kemp's once again pushes through. Every time it looks like she's about to get reeled in, she goes again and she comes up onto the wheel and she'll qualify comfortably behind the rider from the ACT, Anika Astridge. Move on now to our next heat. This will be heat number 1 of our men's under 15 Keirin. From the ACT we have Zach Thomas. New South Wales we have Lucas Stribic. In Queensland we have Felix Henderson. From South Australia, Joel Gooley. Riders from Victoria are Henry Grigg, number 19, and number 22, Michael Moulds. And from Western Australia, we have Flynn Charman. Motorbike's on its way. Flynn Charman took the silver medal in the sprint competition last night. Good contest between himself and Ethan Lee from Queensland. Charman comes through behind the motorbike. No real need to look over the shoulder too much in these situations. The bike will come out at 3 to go. Motorbike gets out the way. Charman just swinging up a little bit. Not necessarily wanting to lead it all the way out. Gooley will go up underneath him as they head down the back straight. Stribic, the individual pursuit champion, up onto the wheel. The individual pursuit champion, the scratch race champion, the points race champion, and he's riding in the under 17s pursuit. Doing it all. Up onto the wheel of Charman. Charman rode 11.85 in the qualifying. They head down the back straight now with a lap and a half to go. And Victoria get themselves moving as they come into the home straight. Victoria leading the way. Henry Grigg, he's got Gooley on his wheel. Charman up round the outside. Lucas Stribic trying to get through. Gooley couldn't force his way. They'll come into the home straight this time. Charman up round the outside. He'll be okay. So will Stribic. The rest will go into the repechages. Men's under 15, Keirin up onto the track now. This is heat number 2. Hudson Taylor from the ACT, Peter Samuel from New South Wales, Ethan Lee from Queensland, the motorbike's on its way, Nate Robert Thompson from South Australia, Noah Blaisley from Tasmania, and being cheered on from all the way from Chicago today, Leroy Bartlett from Victoria up into second wheel. We'll come through this time with 3 laps to go. Motorbike will leave the track. Nate Robert Thompson leads the way. He's got Bartlett on his wheel as they head down the back straight. And then we've got Hudson Taylor, Peter Samuel, who's been on the podium already this week, the New South Wales rider. He'll come into the home straight. Comfortably, nonchalantly up round the outside. They let him get there. Heads down the back straight. Samuel just keeping an eye on what everyone else is doing as they come up to the home straight this time. Ethan Lee moving nicely from third. Blaisley going up onto the wheel as well as they head down the back straight. Samuel, he likes a look over the shoulder as he comes into 100 to go here. Samuel too strong from the front. National Sprint Champion's not going to get through this time. Samuel comfortable. Blaisley knew the wheel to follow. Ethan Lee tried to come from the back. It was a little bit too far to come, so he's going to have to try and come back through the repechages. Nice riding there from Peter. We move on to heat number 3 of our under 15 Keirin. We welcome Sean Bates from the ACT, Jaden Matty from New South Wales, Adrian Zhang from New South Wales, Patrick Richardson from Queensland, Matt Stratton from WA, Nino Durand from New Caledonia, and we welcome with a happy birthday to Arav Desai from Victoria. Sorry, Arav, we got a message about it on the YouTube channel. Happy birthday, mate. Best of luck. The motorbike is on its way. Big thank you to Jed O'Connell riding the motorbike for us today. World Masters champion on the track and won the Masters Sprint Championship just a couple of weeks ago here. Can't believe I'm saying it's a couple of weeks ago. It seems like yesterday. And he also rode a personal best ever time as well in the Masters 8 category. So he is absolutely flying in life, is Jed. And he's here volunteering and riding the motorbike. So I've had 2 very good men helping us with the motorbike over the last week or so. Paul Jackson, also Masters World Champion on the track, and Jed O'Connell, who is flying on the track still. A big thank you. Got them moving nicely as they head down the back straight now. 3 to go this time. The motorbike will get out the way. New South Wales. Jaden Matty leads through. He's got Patrick Richardson up onto his wheel. Nino Durand, a man from New Caledonia who's taken 2 bronze medals this week, 1 in the sprint, 1 in the individual pursuit. The ACT rider Sean Bates up round the outside looking for a way through. Harvey to say the Victorian just following Bates as they head down the back straight. Adrian Zhang, the diminutive sized New South Wales rider, knows how to get into position beautifully, this young man. They'll kick out Matty, and then a New Caledonian rider Durand up into second. The birthday boy fighting back from third as they head down the back straight. Matty Durand, they'll come through the bend of the Victorian to say happy birthday to me. He says I'm going to go through to the next round. Beautiful finish there. Got the impression that Nino possibly thought he was safe, but beautiful finishing speed there from Arav Desai. He goes through to the round number 2 straight away. We now have our 4th heat of our men's under 15 Keirin. We welcome our riders up onto the track. From New South Wales, Oliver Morris. From Queensland, Sebastian Uri. From South Australia, Jack Pentland. From Victoria, we have Adama Wadrago. From Victoria, we also have Ari Riley. From WA, we have Casey Bunton. And from New Caledonia, we have Eden Pomard. Seb Uri, the Queenslander, up on the wheel. Casey Bunton on him, then Morris. Ari Riley, and then Jack Pentland starting to move forward a little bit early possibly. Rules of Keirin racing, very different to what they were once upon a time. Uri on the bike. Pentland can't drop into that gap. He can drop into that gap, another one before. Casey Bunton up into second. Pentland moving forward. Quite comfortable as he goes up round Uri down the back straight. He's got Pomard on his wheel. Bunton looking for a way through, starting to muscle his way through the gap nicely. Wadrago in the white helmet on the back of the bunch. He won the time trial the other night. He got himself a bronze medal in the sprint as well. Pentland leads through, keeping an eye on everyone comfortably at the moment as they head down the back straight. The South Australian got this under control at the moment. Now he goes from the front. They're going from the front. They're going from the back. Pentland needs to get moving now because Wadrago is coming from the clouds with 1 to go. Pomard gets up round the outside of Pentland. Then Wadrago, Casey Bunton trying to stay in the slipstream of the front 2 as they go down the back straight. He's doing a good job of it too. Pentland fighting back. Pomard strong from the front. They'll come into the home straight this time. Wadrago comfortable onto the second. He's sitting up a bit early though. Not a habit to get into. He'll be safe this time. So Pomard and Wadrago, Pentland was up there for third. We'll see him and the rest into the quarterfinals. Move on to round number 1 now of our Women's Under-17 Keirin Championship. Welcome from New South Wales. Rider 106 is Erin Prince. 107 is Juno Smith. Sienna Goulding from Queensland. Monica Siebert from South Australia. Sharvie Tanksel from Victoria. And Miss I Can Win Everything from WA, Sienna Tinkler. Monica Siebert is the rider who's drawn front spot. She moves up behind the motorbike. Sienna Tinkler, second wheel. Let's have a talk about that young lady's week. She was second in the scratch race at the beginning of the week. That was won by Ava Robbins, who has won the points race and the scratch race, the only 2 races she's ridden this week. Concentrating on her road career a little bit more this year. But Sienna Tinkler has won everything else. The sprint, the time trial, the individual pursuit, and the team sprint. Can she make it 5? We'll find out sometime later this afternoon. We'll go through now with 4 laps to go. Juno Smith, she's had a fantastic week of racing. She's up on the wheel of Tinkler. Sienna Goulding, this is quite a tough heat when you start going through the names, isn't it? Erin Prince has done beautifully well as well. Sharvie Tanksel, the Victorian, onto the wheel of Goulding. The motorbike's out the way now as they head down the back straight. Now, do they attack Tinkler or do they buy tickets for the train? They'll come up to the bend. Looks like they're buying tickets instead as they'll come up to get 2 laps to go this time. Last day of competition. There's been a lot of racing. Not a lot of room down the bottom of the track, but Tanksel finds it nicely. The Victorian goes to front spot, puts herself in the best opportunity, in the best position, and nobody's moving yet as they start to move into the home straight. Tanksel leads. Tinkler having a look, now gets underway. And they all squeeze in looking for the 1 spot there. There's not enough room for everybody. Goulding gets the wheel. Well, she gets the slipstream. They'll come into the home straight. Tinkler rides away from them this time. The fight for second place is a beauty. Prince up round the outside, not going to get there. Goulding will take that into second place. They'll move on. Everyone else will move on into the repechage. A big well done to all of our riders. We've got a big program of events trying to squeeze it into a short space of time. So our riders are leaving the track in the back straight away. So it takes some doing to be able to slow down after that hard effort. So well done to all of our riders today. That's really stepping up and helping the program. Tinkler and Goulding, they'll go through to the next round. Everyone else will join us in the repechages. We move on to heat number 2 now as they start to come up onto the track. Evelyn Power from ACT. Allegra Beretov from New South Wales, Maddie Douglas Savage from Queensland, Isabella Blackwell from South Australia. The first of our Victorians, Isla Shaw, 119. Then we have 120, Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez and Ellis Smith from Western Australia. ACT rider, Evelyn Powell is the rider. The move up onto the wheel. The West Australian Ellis Smith on the back of the group, following Isabella Blackwell. Ellis Smith, member of the team that took out the team sprint last night. There's back-to-back championships for the West Australian team. Tinkler, Rogers and Smith had to play around with the order as the night went on, as Tinkler and Rogers both rode in the finals of the individual pursuit. So Smith, who was the starter, then got promoted into second wheel as Rogers went to number 1 wheel. It was a good race, New South Wales versus Western Australia. New South Wales led at one point. We'll go through with 4 laps to go. Three to go this time as motorbike leaves the track. Evelyn Power leads the way. Allegra Beretov on her wheel as they head down the back straight this time. Shaw and Roger Rodriguez. The Queensland rider in there. Maddie Douglas Savage, very, very fast. Got herself in the medals in the Sprint Championship, moving nicely here today. We'll come into the back straight. Power on the front. Beretov on her outside. They'll come to the home straight this time with 1 lap to go. Everyone looking for a way through. Beretov sets the tempo. She's got Roja Rodriguez on her wheel. Shaw trying to get round as well as they head down the back straight. Douglas Savage, third wheel, having trouble getting up into the top 2 here as they come into the home straight. Douglas Savage closing speed. Can she get there? No, she's going to find herself into the repechage. Isla Shaw, the Victorian, got herself through, and also the New South Wales rider Allegra Beretov. Move on to our next heat. This is heat number 3, our final heat of our under-17 women's Keirin. Jana Gallagher from New South Wales, Zoe May from New South Wales, Sophia Moffat from South Australia, Ellie Waldop from Tasmania, Nicola Meares from Victoria, and Ava Gidget-Rogers from WA. Jenna Gallagher's mum used to race in the Paratandems Olympics and also World Championships, and she begged me not to mention that on the microphone, and I haven't mentioned it at all because my microphone is off. But she's represented Australia several dozen times, and she is a superstar now helping the sport of coaching. Now I turn my microphone back on. Ava Rogers is going to go up behind the motorbike. All fun and games here on the last day of competition. Sophia Moffat moves up into second positions. First national championships for Sophia. Stood on the podiums, taken a medal. She'll be racing for a medal in the team's pursuit. Can she get herself up into the final of the Keirin here today and race for another one? Only been racing the track probably 6 months. Long history in the sport of cycling. The Moffat family, very integral parts of the South Australian cycling racing scene, and also Team Brennan. And Dad Graham, big supporter of racing in South Australia and in the PSL League. And of course, the Brennan team, national champion with Kat Eddy on the Cervelo bikes. And of course, Oliver Bledden winning the PSL League as well. So fantastic to see Sophia starting to race bikes as well. That means we can keep Moff in the sport for as long as we possibly can, because we need him. They'll come into the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Gidget-Rogers on the front. Up round her outside is Zoe May. Then we drop back through Jenna Gallagher into third wheel. The Victorian rider is Nicola Morris. Moffat just on the back on the inside. Wouldn't have a lot of experience in the Keirin racing just yet. Rogers gets out underway. If we want to talk about bling track bikes, Ava is the one with it, no doubt about it. She heads down the back straight, looking resplendent on the Factor with the 86 wheels shining through the bend, holding on here. Zoe May's going to get up for second place. Jenna Gallagher not quite close enough. Rogers will go through, May for second. Everyone else will come back through the repechage. Move on to our men's under 17 Keirin first round. We welcome our riders up onto the track. Jacob McLaughlin, New South Wales. Oscar Winchester from Queensland. Seth Harrison from SA. Motorbike on its way. Sid Natira from Tasmania will be back on the bike. We've had an accident. Lockie Emmett and Lockie Morgan. So we welcome our riders back up onto the track now. Jacob McLaughlin, Oscar Winchester, Seth Harrison, Sid Natira, Lockie Emmett and Lockie Morgan. Oscar Winchester, 11-1 in the 200 metre qualifying, Australian sprint champion. Fantastic day of racing for him. Sid Natira has had a great week as well, hasn't he? He'll go up behind the motorbike. Natira leads. He's got Seth Harrison on his wheel. Then we've got Oscar. Let's hope Oscar's okay from that mishap. It looked like he banged himself pretty hard and it looked very, very painful indeed for a start to the day. And the West Australian Lockie Morgan on his wheel as they go through. The Victorian rider Emmett follows him, and then our New South Wales rider Jacob McLaughlin. Bit of a push down from the Victorian as they come into the home straight this time onto Morgan. 3 laps to go. Morgan just getting forced down off the track a little bit as they go out of the home straight that time. Sid Natira leads the way as they come into the home straight this time. They all fan out. No one really interested. Harrison, though, he is. Start to go round the back straight. Everyone tending to wait to see what Winchester was going to do. He's quite happy to let Harrison lead here. He doesn't need to win this, he just needs to qualify. Harrison has taken advantage of everyone propping up on the top of the banking. They head down the back straight. The West Australian is out of it. They go down the back straight. Harrison hanging on nicely here. This is a great move. This is the beautiful thing about Keirin racing. Winchester's going to be fine qualifying into the next round. Great ride by Seth Harrison. He took full advantage of the situation. And Winchester, after the mishap on the start line, seems to have recovered. Or recovered better than he was for a second. And he's gone through to the next round comfortably. Just got to qualify. Don't need to win. Well done, Seth Harrison. Great move. We move on to heat number 2 now. We welcome Will Astridge from the ACT, Hugo Barnes from New South Wales, Flynn Jensen from Queensland, Jasper Griffiths from Victoria, Aidan Noyen from Victoria, and Tobias Zoe from Western Australia. The motorbike is on its way. Aidan Noyen up behind the motorbike. Up onto his wheel is Hugo Barnes. And we go back to the next of our Victorian riders. That's Jasper Griffiths in the yellow helmet. Then Tobias Zoe got himself the bronze medal in the Sprint Championship. Flynn Jensen, the Queenslander, on the back. We have from the ACT, Will Astridge. They head down the back straight with 3.5 to go. They join us here in the home straight, and the motorbike will get out the way. Noyen leads. Hugo Barnes up onto his wheel. Griffiths down the back straight. Toby Zoe just having a look over the shoulder at Jensen and Astridge. They'll come to the home straight this time with 2 laps to go now. Griffiths just making sure everyone's having to think about what they're doing. They move now down the back straight. Astridge trying to make position, as is Zoe. He gets the better of it as they come into the home straight this time. Nice riding here from Zoe. Gets himself clean air out the front. Noyen going out after him now. Got the New South Wales rider Barnes trying to get on round the outside of him. Zoe's going to be comfortable. And Noyen hanging on beautifully. So Tobias Zoe goes through. Noyen goes through as well. Everyone else will try and come back through the repechage. Third heat up onto the track now. Jackson McDonald from the ACT, Harvey Challoner from New South Wales, Hunter Davis, Queensland, Tyler Cuniff from South Australia, Fletcher Mason from Tasmania, and Odin Dean from Victoria. The motorbike is on its way. Aidan Dean draws front spot. He'll go up behind the motorbike. Got Jackson McDonald on his wheel. And we go back to Harvey Challoner. Tyler Cuniff, who rode beautifully, got himself up into the top 4 in the Sprint Championship. Fletcher Mason on the back. The Queenslander Hunter Davis second to last. We'll go through with 5 laps to go. Motorbike picking up pace here as it heads down the back straight. 3.5 laps to go. It'll get out the way when it comes into the home straight. Victoria, ACT as we come into the home straight. Oda Dean, then McDonald, and then we go back to Challoner of New South Wales. Cuniff making pace up round the outside, getting himself into position. Davis following the South Australian's wheel. They ride the South Australian off this time. Dean did a good job. Now he gets up into second wheel as they start to head down the back straight. Aidan Dean setting the tempo. Cuniff just sitting in second wheel, having a good look over the shoulder at Hunter Davis as they come into the home straight this time. The Victorian underway, Cuniff waiting. Now he starts to move. Davis trying to go with the slipstream. McDonald onto his wheel. If Davis can go with Cuniff, he'll qualify. He gets up round the outside of the Victorian. Good riding by the Queenslander. Comfortable ride there for Tyler Cuniff. We move on to our next heat now. And Joe Natoli, the Victorian rider. Joseph Hewlett is the rider who goes up behind the motorbike. From New South Wales, we have Will Sheringham, Lucas Schmidtke from South Australia, Gavin Herzl and Colleen Laron from New Caledonia. Hewlett, the West Australian, up on the bike. Then we've got Will Sheringham following him. New Caledonia rider, 131, just getting muscled a little bit. Not something we see in Keirin racing these days. Not while the motorbike's in there anyway. They come to the home straight. Hewlett leads the way from the front. Sheringham follows him down the back straight. The South Australian, Schmidtke, quite happy to sit position. Laron, the New Caledonia rider, forcing his way through without touching anyone. Doing a very nice job of it as well. Hewlett just turned off the pace at the wrong time. Now he turns it back on. Goes to the front, Joseph Hewlett. Schmidtke up round his outside. Hewlett, first bit of clean air he's seen for a few days, and he's taking advantage of it into the home straight. Moving nicely here, the young man from WA. Sheringham, the New South Wales rider, on his wheel as they head to the back straight. Hewlett trying to hang on. Sheringham and then New Caledonia, 2, 3, 4. Now they're coming to the home straight. Hewlett hanging on. Can he get himself through round number 2? Yes, he can. But the win, nice win from Will Sheringham, New South Wales. Joe Hewlett from WA will qualify into round 2. Everyone else will come through the repechage. Yeah, all good. Just go to scoreboard format. Move on to our next heat of our under-17 Keirins. We'll welcome our riders up onto the track. From New South Wales, we have Ruben Shepherd. From Queensland, we have Cruz Kemps. From Tasmania, we have Oscar Pither. From Victoria, we have Casper Chuang. And from WA, we have Harry Morrison. Morrison has drawn number 1. He'll go up behind the bike. He's got Cruz Kemps to follow him. The man on the back of the group, Ruben Shepherd, rode 11.2 in qualifying yesterday. And he got the silver medal behind Oscar Winchester. Great contest of sprinting. Very fair sprinting from the two big men of the under-17s. It was great to see. Great racing. Victorian rider in there is Casper Chuang, and the Tasmanian is Oscar Pither. We must mention everyone's name because the people watching at home will be taking notes. We go through with 4 laps to go. The West Australian Morrison follows up behind the bike. Cruz Kemps on the wheel. Chuang stands out. It's commentator's dream on that pink bike. In third wheel, they'll come into the home straight this time. The motorbike, Jed O'Donnell, will leave the track. Reuben Smith, last man, starting to move forward a little bit. Smith up round the outside. He's got to give Chuang a bit of room. He did so. Morrison leads. Look over the shoulder. He's trying to keep up on pace, trying to keep Shepherd just on the outside. But Shepherd gets underway now as they come through. Queenslander pushing through nice here. Cruz Kemps just getting away from the rest now. Kemps up on the wheel. Going to try and fight Shepherd into the bend. He doesn't need to. Shepherd from the strong from the front. Cruz Kemps is sat on the back of the motorbike and can drag through to second place beautifully. The rest will try and come back through the repechage. Good sprinting here. Good Keirin racing here this morning from all of our divisions. Move on to our next heat now. Welcome from New South Wales, Cooper Farr. From Queensland, Bryn McDonald. From South Australia, Kane Azapati. From WA, Matt Christian. And from New Caledonia, Hugo Gardin. Matt Christian's drawn the number 1 spot. He'll go up behind the motorbike. Kane as a party drops in to 5th wheel. The New South Wales rider Cooper Farr, Queenslander. Bryn McDonald, who took the team sprint championship with the Queenslanders, and New Caledonia into 3rd wheel is Hugo Garden as they go through with 5 to go. Christian leads through here, got the pace on, hasn't backed off from when the motorbike left the track as a party, moving up nicely, had room to do so. We've got Cooper Farr up into 2nd wheel, they'll come into the home straight, 1 or 2 riders wanting to move forward early here. New Caledonia, Guardian up round the outside, attacking down the back straight. Christian from WA setting a tempo they can't handle just yet as Guardian starts to drop back into the home straight. Cooper Farr, can he get out of the slipstream? He's going to attack Christian at 1 to go here as they go through the 200. Christian fighting on, trying to hold them back down the back straight. But Cooper Farr getting up around the outside as a party, getting up around him as well. It was a good effort, but it's going to be New South Wales and South Australia through to round number 2. Matt Christian and the rest will try and come back through the repechages. We start off with our repechages now, ladies and gentlemen. It will be the under 15 women first up onto the track. We're going to welcome from New South Wales, Grace Alcock and Freya Ingwersen. From South Australia, Mackenzie Stevens and Lucy Harrison. From Victoria, Delilah Mertens. The top 2 will go to round number 2. Motorbike's on its way. Freya Ingwersen is the rider up behind the bike to start with. First 2 positions important. No repechages after this. Top 2 go through. Everybody else gets ready to pack their bike. Unless, of course, they're riding the team's pursuit. Then they have to change their handlebars. 4 laps to go. Ingwersen jammed up on the back of the motorbike doing a motor pace session here as Jed sets the pace down the back straight. They'll come through this time with 3 laps to go. Ingwersen leading. We'll come into the home straight this time with Delilah Mertens on her wheel. Then Grace Alcock. And we go back to the next of the South Australians, which is Mackenzie Stevens and Lucy Harrison on the back of the group. Ingwersen leads in a good position. Has she got the legs? They're going to come up to Get 1 lap to go this time. Ingleson on the front. Starting to lift the pace. Grace Alcock going to go around the outside and try and go with her. Mackenzie Stevens waiting to move. They head the back straight now. Alcock, no trouble at all, up round the outside, and Stevens quite happy just to get sucked through into second place here. Qualifying into the next round, saving the legs as much as you possibly can. Remember, we're on day number 5 and they've been racing every single day. They've been warming up several times a day, warming down several times a day. This will be like the 5th day of a road racing tour for these riders by now. Grace Alcock and Mackenzie Stevens, they go through to the next round. Winter Bradshaw from Queensland, Georgia Dowling from Queensland, O'Hara Radigan from South Australia, Paravi Tanksel from Victoria, and Juliet McDonald from Victoria. They'll roll away. McDonald will get the motorbike. He's going to have to chase it a little bit. They came out of the hands very slowly. Motorbike gets out the way this time. We're looking for the first 2 in this one. Georgia Dowling, Winter Bradshaw as they head down the back straight there. The 2 Queensland, the 2 Victorians, Paravi Tanksel, Juliet McDonald, and our South Australian rider is O'Hara Radigan. There's lots of support out there for these riders as they go through with 2 to go. The Queenslanders bring themselves forward. Dowling leads from Bradshaw as they head down the back straight. Tanksel wants to get herself up into the next round, moving nicely. They'll get the bell this time. It looks like the finishing sprint, but this is just bell lap. Tanksel with Bradshaw tacked onto the back as they go through the 200 and they get themselves clear of the rest. Tanksel and Bradshaw, 1 and 2, well clear. Just got to get themselves into the home straight here. Good ride from Tanksel from the front, making sure she gets in. Winter Bradshaw has a look over the shoulder. She's into the next round as well. Heat number 3 of our under 15 women's Keirin coming up onto the track now. New South Wales is Zola Peterson. Rory Stretton, rider number 41. Natalie Dixon, rider number 43. Caitlin Death from WA and Anouk Herzl from New Caledonia. and Asher Crofts from Victoria. They'll move away. They're going to drop down into the positions that they drew positions for as they go up behind the motorbike. Anouk Herzl from New Caledonia is the rider who moves forward. Drawing positions in the elite under 19 categories. It's not incredibly essential where you draw from on the big gears, but sometimes in the junior ranks it can be. Especially if you draw at sixth wheel and they go absolutely flat out from the front. Makes it very difficult to move forward. Not the Victorian rider just letting the wheel go, and Caitlin Death moves from 6 to 5. There's Asher Crofts. Seen Asher ride like this most of the week, just laying off the back of the bunch. Herzl, the New Caledonia rider, comes into the home straight this time. It'll be 3 laps to go. The motorbike will get out the way. Asher Crofts up in to second wheel. It was Natalie Dixon, the rider, just laying off the wheel. My apologies. Then we go to Rory Stritton, the Tasmanian. Zola Peterson from New South Wales. She's got Caitlin Death on her wheel. They go through for 2 laps to go. Everyone cold as ice at the moment. No emotion being shown. A lap and a half is the target though. Now they start to move. And it's Victoria and New Caledonia drag racing from the front of the group here. There's Dixon. So it's Asher Crofts. Up round the outside, they head down the back straight, New South Wales, but the speed of WA's Silver Bullet up round the outside. Caitlin Death, comfortable in this repechage, and she's going to drag Zola forward into second place from what I could see. So WA and New South Wales unofficially across the line, but nice riding. Heat 1, men's under 15, Keirin. Hudson Taylor from the ACT, Oliver Morris, New South Wales, Henry Grigg from Victoria, Leroy Bartlett from Victoria, and Casey Bunton from WA. Hudson Taylor, the rider, up behind the motorbike. Casey Bunton from WA up onto his wheel. Henry Grigg looking for a way round at the moment. Leroy Bartlett there as well. And Oliver Morris on the bright yellow bike. The Victorian rider's just laying off a little bit. Whistle goes. The whistle has sounded. Riders, the whistle has sounded. So to everyone joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, whistle sounded. Basically, one of the riders was laying right off the wheel. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to lay right off. It's deemed unsportsmanlike to disadvantage others by laying too much. So, unfortunately, rider number 19, Henry Grigg, will be disqualified from there. That's a learning curve. Possibly wasn't totally unaware of the rule. But nevertheless, this is the National Championships, not Friday night racing. Friday night racing is where we need to learn this stuff. It's where our commissaires need to teach our young riders. And they do, but sometimes little mistakes are made. Four laps to go with our little depleted heat here. We miss out on having Henry Grigg in the group. They head down the back straight. Hudson Taylor, Oliver Morris, Leroy Bartlett, Chicago's finest, and Casey Bunton from Western Australia. So Taylor leads through, same as before. Bunton up onto the wheel, looking very relaxed, very composed. Up onto his wheel is Leroy Bartlett. Let's see if Leroy keep the fans happy and get through into the next round. Morris up the inside. Plenty of room to move for him. They'll come through with 2 laps to go this time. Everyone waiting to move. Taylor moves first. Now it's going to be a fight between Morris and Bunt to get onto that slipstream. Bartlett is there as well. Taylor moves. Bunton trying to go out after him. Bartlett looking quite comfortable in third wheel as they head down the back straight. Bunton not quite in the slipstream. Bartlett up round the outside. Bunton still trying to get into the slipstream and get sucked round by Bartlett if he can. Up into second place for the West Australian. He gets there. Good fighting ride. Great ride by Leroy Bartlett. He takes the win. But as you can see, Casey Bunton, he couldn't quite hold the slipstream of Taylor. Then he got into the slipstream of Bartlett and he was able to get up round the outside of Hudson and gets himself into round number 2. Great racing from all 4. We've seen great racing from everybody today. Move on to heat number 2 of under 15 Keirins now from South Australia. Number 13 is Joel Gooley from South Australia. Number 14 is Jack Pentland. Nate Robert Thompson from South Australia. We'll be handing out state championship medals later. Ari Riley from Victoria and Nino Durand from New Caledonia. No, we won't be handing out state championship medals. Don't get excited. Top 2 will be going into the next round. Everyone else will bid us farewell for this national championships. Jed is on his way on the motorbike. The motorbike comes out the way this time. Nate Robert Thompson on the front, Nino Gerard up round the outside. Tended to sit up in his heat. Got himself caught out a little bit. All three South Australians are going to move forward to get themselves into position here. Pentland leads. They'll come into the home straight this time. Joel Gooley up onto his wheel. The New Caledonian has taken 2 bronze medals already. So he's going to make sure he gets through here any way possible he can. Pentland starts to build the pace early. Jack Pentland leads. Gooley up onto his wheel. Durand kind of come from a long way back here, but he's got great closing speed, the man from New Caledonia, and down the back straight he goes. Riley trying to get into the slipstream here of the New Caledonia rider, not quite getting there. As Gooley's gone from the front and gone very strong. Gooley through, Durand through as well. Riley deserved better for his ride, but he will miss out this time. Next heat up onto the track now. Zach Thomas from the ACT, Adrian Zhang from New South Wales, Ethan Lee from Queensland, Seb Uri from Queensland, and also Matt Stratton from WA. Adrian has drawn front spot up behind the motorbike. And we've got Ethan Lee, who can stand in front of the mirror now and say Australian Sprint Champion. Great race last night between himself and Flynn Sharman. And the Queenslander did beautifully well. Can he do the double here today? Can he get the Keirin as well? He's got to get himself through this round. And we go back to his teammate, Seb Uri. Qualified beautifully last night into the final of the points race. Zach Thomas, the ACT rider, and Matt Stratton all the way from WA. And a touchdown in the first race of the night. Hasn't been himself all week because of it, but can he get himself up into the next round of Keirin racing here today? Adrian Zhang on the back of the motorbike. Sits the bike perfectly well, doesn't he? The young man from New South Wales. The motorbike will get out the way. They'll lead through this time. Lee gives himself some room. Zach Thomas moves up onto the wheel. As they all start to prop down the back straight. Zhang having a good look over the shoulder. Everyone can't work out why no one's coming past. At first they were all buying tickets for the Lee train. Now they start to move into the home straight. They just fan out with 2 laps to go this time. ACT rider having a good look at Ethan Lee here. And that's the thing to do. Well done, Matt Stratton. Took full advantage of everyone having a look over the shoulder. Just got to try and get home now. Into the home straight comes Stratton. He's going to get challenged straight away from the ACT. He's got to fight on from here. Good riding here from the ACT man, Zach Thomas. But have a look at the pace of the Queenslander. He did this in the final last night, and he is underway, Ethan Lee. Moving beautifully on the restricted gears, but flying into the home straight. Making sure the legs are working, goes through to the next round, Ethan Lee. Zach Thomas, great ride, gets himself qualified for round number 2. Next heat up onto the track. Sean Bates from the ACT, Felix Henderson from Queensland, Patrick Richardson from Queensland, Michael Moles from Victoria. Felix Henderson up behind the motorbike, Patrick Richardson following him. Then we have Sean Bates. We're coming to the home straight with 4 to go. And right on the tail end of the field is Michael Moulds. Big opportunity here to live to fight another day. Because round 2, you race for a position in the finals. A big opportunity here for these riders. The motorbike gets out the way. Felix Henderson swings up, turns it into a sprint derby all of a sudden. Richardson keeping a good eye over the shoulder at Sean Bates. The man in yellow will be the one to follow, you would think, in this one. Michael Moulds, plenty of track to work with as they come into the home straight this time. Everyone just backing off the pace, everyone a little bit afraid to lead out. I'll head down the back straight. Everybody thinks they've got a lap and a half in them. They seem to be waiting for it here. Good riding from Moulds. Takes the first advantage. Inside run. They all line out behind him. They're in the slipstream. They're going to try and get out of the slipstream. Richardson on the wheel as they head to the back straight. Moulds leads the way. Bates moving forward as Richardson is as well, but he's going to have to wait for Bates to go past. Good sprinting here from the man from the ACT. Can the man from Victoria hang on? Not quite. He's going to get rolled just up the home straight by Felix Henderson. Great riding from the ACT and Queensland rider. They timed that beautifully. Move on to heat number 1. Of our women's under 17 Keirin repechage, Ella Smith WA, Nicola Morris Victoria, Shavi Tanksel from Victoria, Sophia Moffat from South Australia, Maddie Douglas Savage from Queensland, Erin Prince from New South Wales, Evelyn Power from the ACT. The motorbike is with us. Ella Smith, rider up behind the motorbike to get on the way down the back straight. The lead spot will work well for her. Very good with clean air in front of her. So Smith leads behind the motorbike. Up onto her wheel though is Shavi Tanksel. Very, very good from these positions. Then you've got Keirin Prince, who's had very good racing. Silver medal last night in the team sprint. They really challenged Western Australia. They'll go through now with 3 to go. Smith leads, just backs the pace off a little bit, but holds the track, just swings up a little bit, going to allow opportunity here for people to move forward underneath if they've got the nerve. Smith back in the pace right off here. By being a little bit high up the track, she does pose herself a danger. Now she's just covering the track a little bit better. They'll come through with 2 laps to go. You've got Maddie Douglas-Savage, the Queenslander, up around the outside, and you can see that Tanksville just creeping in. Now that's going to put the pressure on the West Australian because they're all going to get round the outside, and now everyone gets out of position ever so slightly. But Maddie Douglas-Savage kicks away and opens the door here for everybody else. Great pace here from the Queenslander, just shot away. Now Ella Smith, she's going to get challenged down the back straight by Prince up round the outside. Maddie Douglas-Savage so fast off the mark, and it's going to be Keirin Prince who'll get herself up into second. They will go through to round number 2. Move on to heat number 2 of our repechage now. Jenna Gallagher from New South Wales, Juno Smith from New South Wales, Isabella Blackwell from South Australia, Monica Siebert from South Australia, Ali Waldock from Tasmania, and Gabriela Roja Rodriguez from Victoria. This is a tough repechage heat, this one. Some very good names in this field. So treat this one like a final to get through to the next round. The Jed is on his way on the moto. Juno Smith, she will roll away, get the motorbike at the moment. Up onto her wheel will be Isabella Blackwell, Monica Siebert, dangerous in number 3 spot. Then we've got Ellie Waldock. Jenna Gallagher has ridden brilliantly here this week. Team sprint medalist last night as well in the New South Wales team. They really took on the challenge to try and win that team sprint championship. It was a great race. And Gabriella on the back of the group from Victoria. They head down the back straight. Motorbike gets out the way. Juno Smith, who's been very good in the harder endurance events this week. Quite happy for the pace to stay high as they head down the back straight. The South Australians in 2nd and 3. We're coming to the home straight this time. Jenna Gallagher doing the right thing, putting herself into good position here, up onto the wheel of her teammate as they go through with 2 to go. Ali Waldock, the Tasmanian, looking for a way round. Roja Rodriguez also. The South Australians just boxed down a little bit at the moment as Smith comes into the home straight, setting the tempo. Jenna Gallagher trying to go with her. They'll go through with 1 lap to go. Gallagher up into 2nd. Juno Smith starts to accelerate. Now Gallagher gets into the slipstream. Good riding here by the pair from New South Wales. They're riding away from the rest. They're going to go through to the next round. South Australian sits up in 3rd wheel, so there's no need. Smith and Gallagher comfortable looking in the end, and they will go up into round number 2. Move on to our under 17 men now. Repechage heat number 1. Jackson McDonald of the ACT. Oscar Winchester from Queensland. Keirin Zapati from South Australia. Oscar Pither from Tasmania. Odin Dean from Victoria. The under 17 men head down the back straight. First placed in this goes through to the next round in the under 17 men. Oscar Winchester on the front of the group as they head down the back straight. It's there too. Winchester leads through, coming up to get 2 to go. Just the first rider in the under 17 men goes through. They head down the back straight. The Australian Sprint Champion going to get challenged. Doesn't seem too worried about it at the moment. Going to back the speed. Drops into third wheel. They go from the front nicely here. As a party gets himself up into second wheel. Not a rider to play with, not a rider to give too much room to because he knows how to ride a bike. As a party comes out against Winchester out of second wheel. This is a good fight into the home straight as a party trying to take him on. But Winchester a little bit too strong and fast around the outside. Good sprinting. Move on to heat number 2 of the under 17 men's repechage. 6 heats in all. First rider goes through to round number 1. As first rider went through in our first round, not 2, as explained by me earlier, because I can't read. Own your mistakes. Harvey Challoner, Jacob McLaughlin from New South Wales, Hunter Davis from Queensland, Casper Chuang from Victoria, Matt Christian from WA. Off we go. We're looking for the winner. Head down the back straight this time with 3.5 to go, which means the motorbike will come out in the home straight. New South Wales leads. We're coming to the home straight this time. Jacob McLaughlin leads through. He's got his teammate Challenger following him as they head down the back straight. Chuang and Christian trying to get in the slipstream, not going to make it this time. They'll come through with 1 lap to go. New South Wales are 1 and 2 as they go through here. McLaughlin trying to hang on for the win. Chuang from Victoria. Christian from WA, they're all there and thereabouts, but it's very hard to improve from here. McLaughlin hanging on, first place is all he needs to handle, and he goes across nicely. We move on. Heat number 3 now. And our under 17 Keirin. Winner to round 2. Will Astridge, ACT. Bryn McDonald from Queensland. Fletcher Mason from Tasmania. Sid Natira from Tasmania. And Harry Morrison from WA. Morrison has drawn the front spot. He'll go up behind the motorbike, the Tasmanian, or the first of them. Sid Natira up onto his wheel. Then we have Fletcher Mason on the back. McDonald will be one of the riders to heavily watch in this from Queensland, the man on the orange bike. And Will Astridge from the ACT. We'll come through with 4 to go. Morrison up behind the bike. Natira just laying off the bike. That's acceptable. Anything more than that, he'll get himself into trouble. You can't lay right off as they come into the home straight this time. Morrison leads. Natira gives himself room to breathe. McDonald right up on the wheel. The Queenslander so fast from these situations. They head down the back straight this time. Morrison will lead into the home straight. They'll get 2 laps to go. Natira quite happy to follow at this pace, as is McDonald. Then we go back to the ACT rider, Will Astridge, and Fletcher Mason on the back from Tasmania. 1.5 laps to go now. The pace goes up. Morrison from the front. Natira trying to get himself up round the outside here. Morrison fights back. Natira takes him on. Astridge up round the outside, gets into the slipstream, can't quite get past Morrison, which allows Natira to ride away down the back straight. Morrison now in the box seat to try and get back to Natira here. He's not going to be able to, and Sid's going to get through to the next round. Repechage heat now. Flynn Jensen, Cruz Kemps from Queensland. Lockie Emmett from Victoria. Joe Hewlett from WA. And Hugo Guardian from New Caledonia. Motorbike comes out this time. Guardian winding up very quickly from the front here. The rider from New Caledonia is underway, full gas as they'll come out to get 2 laps to go here. The rider up on the wheel, be very happy about this lead out at the moment. Cruz Kemps can't believe his luck as they head down the back straight. They head into the sprint now with a lap and a half to go. Hewlett started to make a move. Getting caught up on the wheel now. Kemps from the front. They're all looking for a way to get past here. Cruz Kemps strong as he heads down the back straight. Flynn Jensen up onto the hip. They're all fighting from here now. Kemps, can he hang on? Jensen, his teammate, on his wheel. Hewlett trying to get round from WA as well. They'll throw to the line. 67, Flynn Jensen just over the top there by the looks of things, unofficially. But I think he might have got it on the throw. Heat number 5 now, out onto the track. Hugo Barnes, New South Wales. Lucas Schmidtke from South Australia. Lockie Morgan from WA. And Gavin Herzl from New Caledonia. Go through with 4 to go here. Schmidtke up on the back of the bike. He's got Morrison following him. Then Hugo Barnes. Gavin Herzl in 4th wheel. We'll come round this time. The motorbike will leave the track. They'll be sprinting away, trying to get the top spot to get themselves up into the next round. Schmidtke leads down the back straight. Morgan just opening the door a little bit for Barnes to get into position. He'll come up with two to go, sorry. Schmidtke leads, pace goes up. Barnes thankful for that as they head down the back straight. Then we've got the New Caledonia rider and the West Australian looking to get round. Into the home straight this time. Morgan gets himself up round the outside, trying to get up round the outside of Barnes as they head down the back straight. Does he get the run of the banking? It's a good sprint here between these riders as they come round. But Barnes in position better than anybody else, is in the high ride home. He'll get number one and go through to the next round. Move on to heat number 6, our final heat of our repechages for our under 17 riders. 3 Victorians and 1 rider from New Caledonia. Colleen Laron is the rider from New Caledonia. We have Aidan Noyen, number 95, Joe Natoli, number 94, and Jasper Griffiths, number 88, all from Victoria. Aidan Noyen up behind the bike. He's got Griffiths following him. Then Natoli and Laurent. Just number 1 goes through from this lot. Never-ending stream of Keirin racing here today. Griffiths goes to the front. He'll come through this time with 2 laps to go. Noyen making sure he gets himself into position here. Griffiths goes a little bit high. Plenty of tactics on between these 3 at the front. Griffiths, Noyen. Underneath Noyen is Natoli. They'll come into the home straight this time. They're all forcing their way around. 4 wide as they go to the bend, but it's Natoli who kicks out. Laron going with him. Noyen staying up on the slipstream. Lauren trying to get round. They come into the home straight. Aidan Noyen gets himself up round. Oh, I tell you, we'll wait for the official. I think Natoli may have held on, but we'll wait for the official result. Aidan Noyen gets round. Timed the throw perfectly, so Aidan Noyen goes into the next round. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our under 15 women round number 2. The important round. The first 3 will go into the 1 to 6 final. 4th to 6th will go to the 7 to 12 final. We welcome our riders as they head down the back straight. From the ACT, Anika Astridge, Zola Peterson from New South Wales, Adele Dixon from Queensland, Bo Morfitt from Queensland, Mackenzie Stevens from South Australia, and Paravi Tangsel from Victoria. Motorbike comes out this time. Top 3 is what we're looking for here to go through to the gold medal race. 4th, 5th and 6th will go through to the 7 to 12 final. 2 laps to go as they come through. Adele Dixon down the inside, Tangsali up round the outside of her. Then it is Adele Dixon, Bo Morfitt there as well, just dropping back as they come through into the home straight. Mackenzie Stevens up round the outside. These riders trying to get themselves into the final here for the Keirin Championship. Tangsal just moving backwards. The South Australian leads into the home straight. Stevens, the 2 Queenslanders trying to get in there. One of them is New South Wales up round the outside. Zola will make the final. And it looks like Bo Morfitt got herself up there as well. Move on to heat number 2 of round 2 for our under 15 women. We welcome Grace Alcott from New South Wales, Winter Bradshaw from Queensland, Hannah DiGiorgio from Queensland, Matilda Kemps from Queensland, Emilia Jirivkova from Victoria, and Caitlin Death from WA. We'll come through with 4 laps to go this time. Changed our motorbike riders this time. We've got Phil Jones riding the motorbike for us now. come through this time, and the motorbike will come out. Grace Alcock on the front of the group as they go through. She swings up. She's got Amelia Jurivkova and Caitlin Death on her wheel. Matilda Kemps, Winter Bradshaw at the back. And Deirdre Jorio trying to make her way. Queenslanders moving as they come into the home straight. Jurivkova just getting out of position a little bit. Caitlin Death staying on her wheel as they head to the back straight. Jurivkova going to find a way through here. Good riding here from the Queensland rider as they come into the home straight. Winter Bradshaw out of the saddle, moving nicely. Then you've got Matilda Kemps, Amelia Jurivkova, and then back through to the field. Big sprint here as they come into the home straight. Kemps up into second, Jurivkova will go across the line. The Queenslander to win it will be Hannah Di Gregorio. Di Gregorio was the rider who attacked. My apologies, very similar blonde ponytails between herself and Winter Bradshaw. But Hannah Di Gregorio, great ride, goes across in first place. Amelia Jurivkova gets herself up into second. I think it was Matilda Kemps. Now, Matilda Kemps up into second. Jurivkova was third. They'll go through to the ride-off for the gold medal. Round number 2, heat number 1 of our under-15 Keirin now. Sean Bates from the ACT, Jaden Maddie from New South Wales, Noah Blaisley from Tasmania, Adama Wadrago from Victoria, Leroy Bartlett from Victoria, and Flynn Charman from WA. First 3 will go to the gold medal final. The next 3 will go for the sprint for 7 to 12. Motorbike pulls out now, 3 laps to go. Bates leads down the back straight. Jaden Maddie up on the outside. He's got Flynn Charman around him as they head down the home straight this time. Adama Wadrago just tucked up inside of Flynn Charman as they head to the back straight. Pace starting to go up. Leroy Bartlett looking for a way around. Flynn Charman holding him off. Good riding here. Holding good position as they come into the home straight. The West Australian up around the outside of Matty. Not making any mistakes here, the West Australian. Making sure he gets himself into this final. Charman will come through. Tasmania up into second, and then Matty is going to hang on for third. So Blaisley, Matty and Charman will go through to the gold medal race. Move on to heat number 2 now. We welcome Joel Gooley from South Australia, Arav Desai from Victoria, Eden Pomard from New Caledonia, Peter Samuel from New South Wales, Lucas Stribic from New South Wales, and Ethan Lee from Queensland. Motorbike's on its way. Eden Pomard from New Caledonia is the rider who has drawn the front spot here. Ethan Lee will go up and follow him. Lucas Stribic, Joel Gooley, Peter Samuel on his wheel, and then Arav Desai. Pomard up behind the motorbike. Not too much going on behind him. Everyone quite happy to follow the lead at the moment. The rider with all the pace is Ethan Lee. The other rider to watch in this one, second to last wheel at the moment, is Peter Samuel. Then you've got Lucas Stribic. He'll be well equipped in this one. After winning the scratch race, the points race, an individual pursuit, they head down the back straight. Samuel taking full advantage of the fact that the track opened up. He puts himself up into a good winning position as they'll come up to get 2 laps to go this time. Samuel leads. It's got Pomard just to his outside. So not a bad position to be in. And as he's got a lot of riders who have to now come from one side of him only as they head down the back straight. Gooley thought about making the move up around the outside. Thinks better of it now. Just drops back in. Samuel leads into the home straight. The other 2 real fast men in this, Stribic and Ethan Lee, caught out here down the back straight. They may have been in a little bit of trouble here. Samuel's not. Samuel's fine. Pomard could be fine. Gooley hanging on. Stribic going to come late. Going to miss out. Well, that's Keirin racing for you. Peter Samuel, nice riding. Pomard gets himself up into second. And Joel Gooley second or third there, and Joel Gooley the same. But unfortunately, Stribic, Lee and Desai miss out. So Gooley into second, Pomard into third. Stribic and Lee miss out on the final. And Desai crosses in 6th place. We move on to heat number 1 of round number 2. First 3 will go through to the final of the women's 17s. We've got Erin Prince from New South Wales, Isabella Blackwell from South Australia, Isla Shaw from Victoria. Then we've got Ava Gidget-Rogers from WA, Sienna Tinkler from WA, Ellis Smith from WA. Motorbike's on its way. from Victoria, Isla Shore, draws front spot, goes up behind the motorbike. Shaw, Tinkler, Blackwell, up onto the wheel of Tinkler. Tactic, glue yourself to that one. Then Rogers, behind Rogers, Aaron Prince and Ellis Smith. Dual 15s national champion last year. First year in, under 17 national champion in the team sprint. Not a bad week at all. Now head down the back straight this time. 3.5 laps to go. Motorbike will come out when they come into the home straight this time. One or two riders are just looking for a little bit better position. And the West Australian team sprint team trying to follow each other around the bunch at the moment as Tinkler, Rogers, Smith down the back straight. Plenty of room to move, and Prince does the right thing and gets herself into better position. There's no point in trying to come round from the back. You've got to try and get from the front and hold them back. They'll come into the home straight with 2 laps to go. No pace on at the moment. Rogers up round the outside of Tinkler. Tinkler having a good look either side. Plenty of track at the bottom of the track to use as they head down the back straight. Rogers and Tinkler. Tinkler now moves. Rogers needs to try and get in that slipstream, and she does. There's going to be a fight for the third wheel here, and Prince gets herself up onto the wheel. Good riding from Prince. She moved away from the back of the bunch. She got herself good track position, and she's going to set up into third wheel. That's going to put her into the final because Tinkler and Rogers are going to cruise through. Prince is comfortable. The South Australian rider Blackwell misses out in fourth. We'll see her in the race for 7 to 12 along with Isla Shaw and Ellis Smith. We move on to heat number 2 now. This one we welcome from the New South Wales. We've got Allegra Beretov, Jenna Gallagher, Juno Smith, Zoe May. From Queensland we have Sienna Goulding and Maddie Douglas Savage. Juno Smith looks like she's drawn the front spot. She'll go up behind the motorbike to start with. Smith up on the motorbike. She's got Zoe and May following her. Then we go back through the group. Beretov, Gallagher. Sienna Goulding in second to last, and Madeline Douglas Savage last wheel. They're going to come up with 4 to go this time. Looking for the top 3 to get through to the next round. Juno Smith leads down the back straight. Maddie Douglas Savage has made good position here. One or two others just being a little bit caught out just for now. Jenna Gallagher doing the right thing, getting herself up round the outside and into good position here. She's got to give it a little bit of room there, and she does so. Juno Smith, Maddie Douglas Savage, Jenna Gallagher as they head down the back straight. Zoe May seems to be caught down below, but she's still on good wheels at the moment. If they start the sprint early, then you've got Goulding as they head into the home straight. Looks like Beretov trying to get up around the outside. But through the 200, Juno Smith, Jenna Gallagher, Santa Goulding. Goulding too strong up around the outside for the rest. Jenna Gallagher and Juno Smith look like they're going to be okay to get through as well. Good sprinting there. Juno Smith hanging on for third. The late charge from Zoe May. So Gallagher, Smith and Goulding will go through to the gold medal race. Round two. Heat one, round two of our under 17 men now. Jacob McLaughlin, Ruben Shepherd, Will Sheringham, Seth Harrison, Sid Natira, Aidan Nguyen are the riders. Harrison will move up onto the motorbike, looking for the first three to go through to the gold medal ride here. Three and a half to go. Harrison leads the rest as he sits behind the motorbike. We'll come up this time with three to go. Phil Jones on the motorbike. He'll get out the way. Harrison, South Australia, has a look over the shoulder. What he's going to see is the big figure of Ruben Shepherd moving himself forward. Sid Natira up onto that wheel. Three New South Welshmen looking for an opportunity here. Sheringham finding good track space. Up round the top. Jacob McLaughlin. Harrison. The South Australian just cover things at the moment. They head down the back straight and Natira moves now. Harrison going to follow him straight away. Ruben Shepherd up into third wheel. Some work to do for the others. McLaughlin trying to make his way round. He better to sit on the wheel of Shepherd as they head to the back straight now. Now he falls into the slipstream nicely. The Victorian Aidan Nguyen coming from the clouds, trying to get himself up into third place, and he may do so here. The way he's coming home around the outside, but he won't quite get there. Great sprinting by the South Australian Seth Harrison. Ruben Shepherd up round the outside of him, and Jacob McLaughlin will be the three. Heat number 2 of our 17s, round 2. Hugo Barnes, Cooper Farr from New South Wales, Oscar Winchester from Queensland, Flynn Jensen from Queensland, Tyler Cuniff from South Australia, Toby Zoe from WA. We roll away now. Five to go as they come through now. We've got Hugo Barnes up on the back of the motorbike. Up onto his wheel we have Toby Zhao. I'll come into the home straight this time. Not a lot of pace on. Fanning out across the track. A few nerves in this one. Barnes. Then we got Zoe. Then we go back through to Jensen. Up around the outside here we have Tyler Cuniff, Oscar Winchester, and on the back we have Cooper Farr. They'll come through this time. 3 to go. The motorbike will leave the track. Everyone having a good eye over the shoulder. Got the national sprint champion second to last, the man who ran third in second place. They'll head down the back straight, 2.5 laps to go. Hugo Barnes, New South Wales rider, on the front, having a good look to see where else everyone is. And Zoe quite happy to just lay off here as they head down the back straight. Lap and a half to go. Barnes not underway yet. He'll be thinking about it now as they come into the home straight. He's in a box seat of position here. Now Barnes gets on with it. Zoe still having a look over the shoulder. Cuniff on his wheel as they head to the back straight this time. Zoe up round the outside of Barnes. Or not yet. He's getting fought by Barnes into the home straight. Winchester's in trouble for missing out here. They'll go across the line. New South Wales, Western Australia and South Australia are the riders who cross the line. 1, 2, 3. Barnes, Cuniff and Toby Zoe is the one. We move on to the women's under 15. Keirin 7 to 12 final. From the ACT we have Anika Astridge. From New South Wales we have Grace Alcock. From Queensland Winter Bradshaw. From Queensland Adele Dixon. From Victoria we have Paravi Tanksel, and from WA we have Caitlin Death. Caitlin Death up behind the bike. Up onto her wheel is Winter Bradshaw, then Adele Dixon as they head down the back straight. Then Grace Alcock, Astridge and Tanksali. Motorbike comes out the way this time as they go through. Caitlin Death swings to the top of the track, not interested in leading this one out. Grace Alcock, she's quite happy to move forward, as is Tank Sali and Astridge. They'll come through this time with 2 laps to go. Astridge up round the outside. She's got Caitlin Death following her now. The 2 Queenslanders, Bradshaw and Dixon. We'll head down the back straight. I'll receive 1.5 to go. No one lighting the paper just yet. Alcock starting to build up though on the inside on the front. We're coming to the home straight this time. Astridge very quick round the outside. Took full advantage of the downhill from the Velodrome banking. Astridge heads down the back straight. Then you've got Alcock and Tinksali, then the 2 Queenslanders and the West Australian. But Astridge is going to come into the home straight, comfortably winning the final of 7 to 12. Good run to the line between the New South Wales rider Alcock and Tinksali of Victoria. Then Queensland, WA, Queensland as they go across the line. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the first of our gold medal races here this afternoon. The women's under 15 Keirin final. We welcome our riders up onto the track. From New South Wales, we have Zola Peterson. From Queensland, we have Hannah Di Giorgio. From Queensland, we have Bo Morfitt. From Queensland, we have Matilda Kemps. From South Australia, we have Mackenzie Stevens. And from Victoria, we have Emilia Juravkova. Matilda Kemps has drawn the front position. Her teammate Hannah Di Giorgio following her, then Bo Morfitt, then the South Australian Stevens. New South Wales rider is Zola Petersa, and Emilia Jurivkova is the rider who's drawn last spot off the line here. Head down the back straight with 3.5 to go. The motorbike's going to come into the home straight this time, and it will leave the track. And with 3 laps to the gold medal, Matilda Kemps leads through. Hannah Di Gregorio up on her wheel. Then the next to the teammates, Bo Morfitt, South Australian Stevens, Jurivkova, Pedersen from New South Wales. They'll come into the home straight this time. Matilda Kemps leads. She'll be a dangerous bike rider from here. The way she sprints, she'll hold them off as long as she can. They go into the home straight, the back straight rather, this time. Kemps leads. She's got Morfitt up round the outside of her, and no one really moving just yet. Kemps controlling things from the front. Di Gregorio looking for a way round, as is Morfitt. It's all Queensland at 1 to go. Morfitt trying to get up round the outside of Kemps, not going to be able to do it. Kemps down the back straight, there we go, out of the saddle goes again. Matilda Kemps trying to hold off Bo Morfitt as they come into the home straight. Matilda Kemps, she's coming to the home straight, she goes again, she's going to win it. Matilda Kemps wins the Keirin. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the ride of Matilda Kemps. Great ride. Bo Morfitt into second. Hannah Di Gregorio gets the third. 1, 2, 3 Queensland. What a way to finish the day. We move on now to the men's under 15 Keirin 7 to 12 final. Welcome our riders up onto the track. From the ACT, Sean Bates. From New South Wales, Lucas Stribic. From Queensland, Ethan Lee. Then we have 3 Victorians. Number 17 is Arav Desai. Number 18 is Adama Wadrago. And number 21 is Leroy Bartlett. Whistle sounds. We had a pulled foot from one of our riders, unfortunately. So we'll have a restart. We'll all come back and do it again. Well, you can see it gets a little bit difficult for bike racing sometimes. You can see our 3 New Caledonia riders there in the track centre as we wait for our Keirin final to come back. Broken wrist, broken arm, first crash of the week, but get by with a little help from your friends to help pack your bike to go home. We wish them all the best for the next time they race in Queensland. We come back to the start line now. Sean Bates, Lucas Stribic, Ethan Lee, Arav Desai, Adama Wadrago and Leroy Bartlett. This is our 7 to 12 final. Unfortunately, just having a few troubles on the start line here with the equipment. The official started bringing the riders straight back up onto the track. Looks like one of our Victorian lads has got a problem with the bike. He's going round, he's going to come back again. We're away this time. Wadrago will go up behind the motorbike. Behind you will be Lucas Stribic and Leroy Bartlett, who's had a few bike problems. Seems to have it sorted now. Then we go Ethan Lee, Arav Desai and Sean Bates. This is the 7 to 12 final. We'll go through, 4 laps to go. Next time round the motorbike will drop out. Adama was Drago. He's had a good week, won the time trial, got third in the sprint. We're coming to the home straight this time. Can he win the sprint for the 7th to 12th ride-off? It's going to be a good contest, this one. Lucas Stribic, he's won the scratch race, the points race, the individual pursuit. Ethan Lee, the Queenslander, he's won the sprint championship. He'll be disappointed that he's in this one and not the next. They'll come into the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Adama leads the way. The birthday boy, Arav, up round the outside. Then Leroy Bartlett being cheered on from Chicago in 3rd place and now moves down the back straight and gets himself moving. Ethan Lee and Lucas Stribic don't want to leave themselves in a spot of bother in this one. Ethan Lee not quite round the outside just yet. Lucas Stribic is, and he gets underway. Lee chasing out after him with the 2 Victorians. Can't get around them at the moment. Stribic very strong down the back straight. Bates looking for a run. But Strubic is going to come into the home straight. This is the sprint that he would have wanted to use for the final, but he's going to clearly win the 7 to 12. Ethan Lee will get up into second place then. And we have Bartlett got himself up into third. Then Bates, then we go back to Desai and Wadrago. That completes the competition in the Keirin for those riders. 1, 2 may need to change helmet bars. No, that's the end of the competition for them, the under-15s. As we wait to move on to the gold medal final in the under-15s. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our Keirin final up onto the start line. First of all, we welcome Noah Blaisley from Tasmania. Peter Samuel in second spot. Then we have Jaden Maddy, both from New South Wales. Eden Pomard from New Caledonia. Joel Gooley. And then we have Flynn Charman. They're our top 6. This is the Keirin final. We roll away now. Blaisley from Tasmania up behind the bike. Then Samuel follows his wheel. Jaden Maddy up onto him, then Pomard. Gooley from South Australia, and then Flynn Charman as they go through with 5 to go. The motorbike gets out the way. Blaisley leads through. Peter Samuel up into second position here. Dangerous rider from there. Don't give him too much room. Jaden Maddy, the New South Welshman. You got Flynn Charman, who was the fastest qualifier in the sprint as well. The West Australian, they'll come into the home straight with 2 laps to go. Everyone just trying to make sure they've got some space to move. Gooley, the South Australian, trying to get himself around. And then you've got Maddy down the back straight, setting the tempo. Peter Samuel, oh, he just holds off Charman. He balked Charman into backing off, and it's exactly what worked. Good riding from Samuel, puts himself up into second. Now they're going to have a long way to go to get back to Samuel and Maddy in this last lap. Blaisley, the Tasmanian, moving. Samuel up round the outside. Peter Samuel, this is a classy ride as he comes round the outside. He has a look over the shoulder, a big look over the shoulder. He's national champion in the Keirin. Charman gets up for second, possibly the Tasmanian for third. We'll go to the photo between New South Wales and Tasmania for third. But Peter Samuel, ladies and gentlemen, is the national Keirin champion in the under-15 men. So the official result, Peter Samuel in first, Flynn Sharman takes the silver, and Noah Blaisley from Tasmania gets the bronze. We move on to the 7 to 12 final now of our under 17 women. Allegra Beretov, New South Wales, Zoe May from New South Wales, Maddie Douglas-Savage from Queensland, Isabella Blackwell from South Australia, Isla Shaw from Victoria, Ella Smith from WA is our field as they head down the back straight. Beretov up on the motorbike. The motorbike comes out the way this time. They head down the back straight. Beretov leads from Zoe May. We're coming to the home straight this time with 2 to go. Ella Smith up on the wheel. Then Maddie Douglas-Savage. The Victorian rider Isla Shaw. And then we've got the South Australian Isabella Blackwell. This the 7th to 12th. Zoe May up round the outside. Getting a good challenge here from the Queenslander, Maddie Douglas-Savage. She'll be hard to beat from this position. She's very good when she's got the clean air. They head down the back straight. Isla Shaw stepping out, up into second wheel. Douglas-Savage comes into the home straight. Challenge from the Victorian as they come into the home straight. Douglas-Savage has a cheeky look. No trouble for her. She'll win that one. End up 7th in the championship. And then Isla Shaw across in second. I think it was Zoe May who crossed in third. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our riders in the final of our under 17 women's Keirin. Rider number 1, drawn run 1 spot, Erin Prince from New South Wales. Rider number 2 from New South Wales, Jenna Gallagher. Rider number 3 from Western Australia is Ava Gidget-Rogers. Rider number 4 from Queensland is Sienna Goulding. Rider number 5 from New South Wales is Juno Smith. And rider number 6 from Western Australia is Sienna Tinkler. We roll away Prince, Gallagher, Rogers, Goulding, Smith and Tinkler. Superb field for the final. High pace from the motorbike as they head down the back straight this time. Very quick indeed. 3.5 laps to go. The motorbike will get out the way this time when they come into the home straight. Prince, Gallagher, Rogers, Goulding, Smith, Tinkler. Prince just washes the pace off a little bit. I don't blame her at all. They head down the back straight this time. Everyone's got clear air in front of them at the moment. Smith quite happy to follow the wheel of Tinkler. They're going to come through this time with 2 laps to go. No one moving just yet. Everyone with the pace on though. Prince just getting a little bit out of position now. She moves forward. Gallagher is fine as Rogers has a look over the shoulder. No one's moved yet. Prince just backs off. Gallagher from the inside. Good position from her. Rogers up round the outside and Tinkler coming from the clouds as she goes round the outside of everybody else. Juno Smith trying to hang on to the slipstream, but Sienna Tinkler kicks down the back straight. Juno Smith going with her. Can Juno Smith turn the tables here as they come into the home straight? No, she can't. Sienna Tinkler takes another championship. Unfortunately, Sienna Goulding touches down in the home straight. Very unfortunate. Jenna Gallagher got herself up for third, then over Rogers. Sienna trying to get herself back up. That would really hurt. But Sienna Tinkler, ladies and gentlemen. The time trial, the sprint, the individual pursuit, the team sprint, and now the Keirin after running second in the scratch race. Glad to see Sienna standing up. And I can't see the actual start line anyway. We move on now to the men's under 17 Keirin 7-12 final. Cooper Farr from New South Wales, Will Sheringham from New South Wales, Oscar Winchester from Queensland, Flynn Jensen from Queensland, Sid Natera from Tasmania, and Aidan Noyen from Victoria are our field. Move down the back straight now. This is the 7-12 final and our under 17 men. Getting towards the end of our championships now. We'll be having the presentations for the Keirins straight after the Keirins, and then after the presentations we will be having the finals of our Teams Pursuit Championships to finish off. We'll head down round the bend now, back into the home straight. 4 laps to go. The rider up behind the bike is Flynn Jensen. Motorbike will leave the track this time. Jensen leads through, drops the pace off straight away, and I think he's got Cooper Farr, Will Sheringham. Up round the outside of them is Sid Natera, Oscar Winchester, the rider on the back. And they're coming to the home straight with 2 laps to go this time. Big turning of the head here for 1 or 2 riders. Wanted to see exactly where certain riders are coming from. They'll head down the back straight. They go from the front. Aidan Noyan was looking for a way through. Winchester back in 5th. They'll come up to get 1 lap to go this time. Natera trying to get up round the outside of Will Sheringham. Winchester going to use the banking down the back straight to try and get past all of them. It's a good sprint here from the Tasmanian. Natera looking for the win here in the 7 to 12, and he's going to get it as well. Great sprinting as he goes around the outside. New South Wales, then Victoria in the minor placings. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our men's under 17 Keirin final. We welcome our riders up onto the track now. From South Australia, we welcome Seth Harrison. From New South Wales, we welcome Hugo Barnes. From Western Australia, we welcome Tobias Zoe. From New South Wales, we welcome Jacob McLaughlin. From South Australia, we welcome Tyler Cuniff. And from New South Wales, we welcome Ruben Shepherd. Motorbike comes through this time. Tyler Cuniff, second to last as they head out the back straight. He's got Ruben Shepherd following him. You've got Tobias Zoe in third wheel. Those 3 are the quicker of the 3 in this heat after we watched the Sprint Championship. Harrison, though, Seth Harrison won his way into this with some clever bike riding, and he's got the lead position this time, the South Australian. Up onto his wheel, we had the New South Welshman. He's been riding beautifully as well here, Hugo Barnes. And the other New South Wales rider in the mix is Jacob McLaughlin. So 3 New South Wales riders in this one. They'll come into the home straight this time to receive 3 to go. Harrison leads, has a look to see where everyone else is. Cuniff trying to make his way forward as well. Barnes in the red helmet. McLaughlin in the blue. They head down the back straight. Shepherd, the big man from New South Wales, the tall rider, comes into the home straight. They're going to get 2 laps to go this time. Everyone at the top of the track just trying to cover space at the moment. Everyone looking for a way round. Harrison is fighting his way the whole time. It's a drag race down the back straight, 6 wide. Who's going to be able to hold their nerve? Cuniff and Harrison come to the front as they get 1 lap to go. Harrison, it is up round the outside. Seth Harrison, he did this to get to the final. He's got Cuniff, who's going to come out of the slipstream. And then you got Shepherd coming as well as they come into the home straight. Tyler Cunniff trying to hang on. Shepherd going to him. Cunniff's going to get there. Harrison's going to get on for third. Shepherd into second. Great riding there from Tyler Cunniff. He is the national champion. Ruben Shepherd gets himself up for silver. And Seth Harrison will go across in third to take the bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, I turn your attention now to our podium presentations. Once again, we welcome Louise Jones, our event director, to do the medal presentations. The Women's Under 15 Keirin Championship of Australia. In third place, representing Queensland, Hannah DiGiorio. In second place, representing Queensland, Bo Morfitt. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion representing Queensland, Matilda Kemps. Ladies and gentlemen, the podium presentation of the men's under 15 Keirin Championship. In third place, representing Tasmania, Noah Blaisley. In second place, representing Western Australia, Flynn Charman. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing New South Wales, Peter Samuel. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation now for the Women's Under-17 Keirin Championship. In third place, representing New South Wales, Jenna Gallagher. In second place, representing New South Wales, Juno Smith. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Western Australia, Sienna Tinkler. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation now for the men's Under-17 Keirin Championship. In third place, representing South Australia, Seth Harrison. In second place, representing New South Wales, Ruben Shepherd. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and a national champion, representing South Australia, Tyler Corniff. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our women's under-17 teams pursuit bronze medal final. We welcome in the back straight the team of South Australia, represented by Lucy Harrison, Isabella Blackwell, Sophia Moffat and Monica Siebert. In the home straight, we welcome the team of Victoria, Juliet McDonald, Isla Shaw, Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez and Nicola Morris. There wasn't a huge amount between these two teams. It was more the execution of how they went in that first ride. Victoria moving nicely, just got to get themselves up on the wheel a little bit better than that, but they are moving nicely. South Australia, the time was good, but they just fell apart a little bit towards the end, forcing one of their riders to do the last 2 or 3 laps slightly adrift of the rest. And if they can get that sorted for this one, they could be on a bronze medal here. To the end of the first 1,000 metres here. Victoria lead the way. 0.76 in front of South Australia at the moment. South Australians moving nicely together, as are Victoria, as they'll come into the home straight. Their start finish straight. Victoria lead through. Out to 1.6 seconds in front of the South Australian team now, the Victorians. South Australia leading through. South Australia go down to their 3 riders now. So they'll be looking to pick up some pace here. Shorter, sharper turns from 1 or 2. Longer turns from the strong riders in the team. South Australia with some work to do over the second part of the journey as they head down the back straight. Victoria moving nicely still, with 4 riders to this point. 2.7 seconds the difference. Victoria into the back straight. They're now down to just the 3 riders. So 3 versus 3. There was a 2.7 seconds. Last time we got the time check, Victoria putting the pressure on here in the home straight. 2.8 seconds now. 3.5 laps to go for Victoria. South Australia trying the best, staying together better this time. Victoria coming to the home straight though. They can put themselves in a position here, Victoria, to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, because they are going to be starting to catch the fact that the South Australians are just going to be seeing them out of the corner of the eye as you go into the straight, because they'll just see them leaving the straight each time. So Victoria can try and ride pressure free over this last few laps. 3 Victorians moving nicely together as they head down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. South Australia doing a better job of being together in this one. I said they'd improve, and they have. Victoria will come up to get the bell lap. They're riding themselves to the bronze medal here in the National Championship. South Australia into the back straight. They've improved from that last ride. They'll improve the next time they come together. Victoria are going to come into the home straight this time, and they are going to take the bronze medal in the National Championship and finish off their championships nicely. 3:50.28. South Australia will go across in 3:55.34. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our under-17 women's teams pursuit gold medal final. We welcome our teams in the back straight. Queensland, represented by Winter Bradshaw, Hannah Walters, Elise Vaughan and Sienna Goulding. In the home straight, we welcome New South Wales, Allegra Beretov, Erin Prince, Juno Smith and Zoe May. Away now in the final, Juno Smith going to lead away the New South Wales team. Fast start once again from the Queensland team, but they're not all together, so it's going to put them under a little bit of stress in the second half of this race. New South Wales team all together, riding nicely. Queensland down to just the 3 riders already. They've had to sacrifice one of their riders. They lead for now, but 4 riders versus 3 this early in the piece, and New South Wales being the faster qualifier to start with. New South Wales coming to the home straight this time. Identical times here, 0.01 the difference, as New South Wales are just getting into their stride here. We'll come through this time to see how they're travelling through the first 1,000 metres. New South Wales out to almost a 1 second lead now at the end of the first kilometre. New South Wales going through 2.4 seconds clear now of the Queensland team. They'll come round this time with 5 laps left to go, and they're going to be able to start to see the Queensland team in their sights. Moving nicely as a 4 as they head down the back straight. We'll come into the home straight this time, 1,000 metres left to run. Down to 3 riders now. As Allegra Beretov has done her job for the team. New South Wales just starting to come towards the back of the Queensland team. Queensland just starting to get a little bit ragged now. Their 3rd rider under a bit of pressure as they start 3 to go. New South Wales haven't put a foot wrong. Juno Smith going to get that national championship here in the team's pursuit. She's been so good in the other events. Prince swings up. Zoe May leads through. They head down the back straight. The Queensland team will see the red flag, which means stay down, do not swing up, because New South Wales have made the catch. New South Wales are the national champions. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the men's under 17 teams pursuit bronze medal final. We welcome our teams in the back straight, South Australia, Elliot Barrett, Thomas Brinkley, Seth Harrison and Luca Schmidtke. In the home straight, New South Wales, Lucas Strubic, Jet Stokes, Joshua Moore and Sid Pickering. Good contest already underway here. South Australia going to take New South Wales on here and see if they can put them under pressure because they had a very, very big start. South Australia down to 3 riders already. Down to 3 riders, but well ahead. New South Wales, they're just going to hold steady, ride their program, ride their schedule. Let the distance do the damage here. That's the idea. Commissaires just asking Elliot Barrett to leave the track. South Australia still leading the way, but New South Wales sticking to their schedule nicely here, and they're starting to ride back towards South Australia bit by bit. 6.5 laps to go. South Australia, good tactic. Take them on, put them under pressure. See if you can crack them. That's the whole idea. The New South Wales, they are moving nicely. New South Wales almost back in level peggings here, 0.46 of a second. They'll go through with 4.5 laps to go, and when they come here to receive 1,000 metres left to travel, New South Wales are going to go to the front. And they go out to a 0.61 second of a lead. South Australia are going to start to get a little bit ragged here in this last part because it was a very quick start for them and a brilliant try, but New South Wales are holding firm and they're heading towards the national championship here, the under-17 team. They move through with 2.5 laps to go. South Australia, you'd expect nothing else from a team that started so hard and tried it, and well done to South Australia for trying it, but New South Wales have stuck to their guns. They lift the pace down the back straight. They've got a lap and a half to go to the gold medal here, New South Wales. The South Australians doing brilliantly. New South Wales have got a lap of honour ahead of them for the last lap here because they're going to the national championship, the bronze medal. They're going on to the bronze medal as they head down the back straight. New South Wales coming to the home straight. Great ride. They'll take bronze here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the men's under-17 teams pursuit gold medal ride-off. This is for the national championship. Starting in the back straight, we welcome Victoria. Archie Martin, Jack Panozzo, Omar Kamitsi and Maximus Moore. In the home straight, we welcome the team of Queensland. Oliver Jordan, Riley Dixon, Harrison Dowling and Bryn McDonald. So Victoria get out quick against the Queensland team. Queensland, the fastest qualifiers. They'll come into the home straight and they trail to Victoria just a little bit in this first 1,000 metres. Good work here by Victoria, taking on the faster qualifier, putting them under pressure early. Just getting out there to race them. The Victorian team doing a fantastic job here. The second qualifiers, they are putting Queensland to the sword at the moment in this bike race with 7 to go. There are gaps opening in the Victorian team. The pressure is on as they come into the home straight, but they are still leading this for now. They head down the back straight. Victoria just starting to blow a little bit here, but so is Queensland. Both teams are coming adrift of the riders. Big turn of pace from Victoria, riding away from his teammates. It's such a good turn of pace, but they're going to have to do something about it. And now the second man gets out of the way. Victoria under pressure here. There's only 3 of them left. They've put Queensland under pressure. Now they put themselves under pressure. They still lead at this stage. Queensland into the home straight. Victoria still lead. Nothing between the two of them. Victoria into the home straight this time with 3.5 laps to go. They still lead the way, Victoria. Looked like they were going to be in a spot of bother, but they're hanging on. McDonald comes to the front for Queensland, trying to get a little bit more out of the team as they head down the back straight. Victoria ever so slightly at 2.5 laps to go. Queensland comes into the home straight. Visually, there's nothing in them, but there's about 2 bike lengths is all it is at the moment. Victoria started fast. They wanted to put Queensland under pressure, and it's worked for them. Can they hang on for the win here? Both teams are about to receive the bell. Victoria just ever so slightly. Queensland trying to come from the clouds now as they go down the back straight. Queensland still trail. Victoria, can they get there? Queensland are sprinting for the line. They're trying to lift. They'll go to the line. Victoria will take the championship. Victoria win the team's pursuit by 0.5 of a second. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Victorian team. All 5 members have joined each other on the track, and why not? That was a superb ride. They really put Queensland under pressure. They put themselves under big pressure as well. But it worked. They are the national champions for 2026. Please stick with us. We'll be moving on to our presentations of our teams pursuits very, very quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our podium presentations and we welcome the Women's Under-17 Teams Pursuit Championship medalists. Once again, our event director, Louise Jones, will do the presentations. In third place, the team of Victoria. Juliet McDonald, Isla Shaw, Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez and Nicola Morris. In second place, the team of Queensland. Adele Dixon, Hannah Walters, Elise Vaughan, Sienna Goulding and Winter Bradshaw. In first place, the team of New South Wales. Jenna Gallagher, Erin Prince, Juno Smith, Zoe May and Allegra Beratold. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentations for our men's under-17 teams pursuit. The medals will be presented by AusCycling's Olivia Forrest. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, New South Wales. Lucas Stribic, Jet Stokes, Joshua Moore, Jacob McLaughlin and Sydney Pickering. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Queensland. Oliver Jordan, Riley Dixon, Harrison Dowling and Bryn McDonald. Ladies and gentlemen, in first place, winners of the gold medal and national champions, Victoria. George Mulhern, Jack Panozzo, Omer Kumitsi, Maximus Moore and Archie Martin.